All right, let's see. Good morning. All right, let's take a look. I'm already getting a bounce too. Well, that's not what I want to see. Good morning, Eric. Brad, good morning. Euro Boomer, good morning. Alexa, X, Benjamin, Ryan Waterford, Constantinos. Good morning, PD Carpenter, Jasmine Peak, Motion. Ryan, good morning. Alex, Tom, Jay's Deep. Binky, good morning. Did you guys see the title of this live stream? Oh, thank you, Monkey. Good morning to you. Bear Gang. Euro Boomer, did you actually end up getting paid last night? I watched futures briefly, and I saw it just going up and down, up and down, up and down. Did you end up holding all night long into the 6 o'clock hour this morning? Good morning, Jill. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Matthew. Good morning, Joel, Nick, Charles, Jason, Johnny 5, Sam Lee, Ray, Alex, Brad, CJ, Chase. Good morning, Ryan. All right, we only have 1 minute left. So we're going to take a quick look as we open up this morning so that we can see where the real levels are at this point, right? Good morning, Frederick. Good morning, Dougie. Good morning, Al, Angie. So wait 1 second here. I got to tell you guys what I did. So I want to talk to you guys about... It's a wild open right here. I mean, look at this right here. I have to check something. I might have to take... A son of a bitch. Oh, just sell them. Hold on. I'm trying to sell out of some puts that I bought at the last minute yesterday. Sweet. I just sold some puts. Hold on 1 second here. I want to be able to watch to see what's going on. All right, so right off the bell, I do want you to see that there was a bounce this morning at 40. Let's see where it's at here. So, of course, the stock market looks wild right now. Even Bookmap looks wild right now. So we'll have a little chat. So yesterday, I don't know how many people stayed on with us here until 4:15. I think Euro Boomer was here. Good morning, Omar, PE, John. Good morning, Scott, Quantum Leap, Starlight, Fisted. Good morning, Ion Sense, or Ions. Good morning, Hutch. Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Azul, Binky. Good morning to all of you out there. John, good morning. Josh, good morning. Morning, son. Good morning, Dougie. Good morning, Al. Good morning, Angie. Good morning, Inlight Productions. Good morning, everybody that's out there. So I just sold some puts that I bought at 4:14 yesterday. I want to talk about that real quick. Good morning to everybody that's out there. Yeah, I've still got calls. I haven't closed them, and they expire today, so we'll see what happens. There is some sellers above here at 46443. So we'll see if we get a rejection above here. Let us know in the chat real quick. Good morning, Hut. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, YT Armboy. Guacata, good morning. John, good morning. Okay, so we'll start watching this right off the bat here, okay? We do have more sellers than buyers currently at the moment, right off the bell. The hero indicator off the bell is positive. Looks like we've got a long litany of sellers above here. So we have a lot to talk about this morning. Some of you stayed with me yesterday after the bell, and what I wanted to talk about was what I'm going to show. I'll show you this information later. But after the bell yesterday, this is interesting too because the SG morning report this morning is not absolutely, but it's very inaccurate. And I'm not sure quite why they didn't catch this yesterday, but after the bell, at about 4:10 in the afternoon, we had major hedging coming through on the SPY. Someone had placed a hedge of $10 million. I think it was $10+ million on the SPY. Early expiry. I want to say it was February 18th. Well, I'll take a look at it and see what it is. But there was hedging done yesterday at 4:10 p.m. Major hedging, and futures didn't reflect the dealers getting neutral on that trade at all last night. So I went to bed late last night, scratching my head, going, "This is interesting." I would have figured that dealers would have sold futures, and they didn't. But they did sell them this morning. I did grab a small portion or position of puts that I just sold at this moment, but I'm still in my call. My calls are wrecked, but that's fine because we'll talk. I want to talk about that this morning as well. Because yesterday I saw someone talking about how they'll be wrecked if we don't go up this morning. About how much the percentage of your trading account you should be trading, stuff like that. We talk about that at times. We're going to talk about it again this morning because I want to grab more. I'm going to grab more longs again. And after we open up here, once the market settles down, I'm going to turn Bookmap off for just a minute because I want to go through the stock market. So I read a story this morning. It was a couple things. First off, Citigroup. Tell me Citigroup didn't sell off exactly how we talked about it selling off yesterday, right? Kick-ass earnings, still sold off in the middle of the night. That was sell the news, right? So did it matter if they had good earnings or not? Hell no. Hell no, it didn't matter. And the market was up this morning at 6 a.m. I just took a look, and it didn't sell off until 6:30 or something like that. So I'm wondering if that hedging was a part of the sell-off at 6 a.m. Now, the news stories that I read this morning are all over the place. I've got Spot Gamma telling me one thing. I've got news stories saying a completely other thing that doesn't match up either to what's going on. I did yesterday. I didn't get a chance to check out Mr. Yen's video. I'm going to do that. Someone recommended I watch Mr. Yen's market rant video. Haven't had a chance to watch it, but I will. I promise I will. I haven't been watching them lately, but I will watch that video. But I do want to talk about where we actually are in the market. I want to talk about what's going on in the background because I did do some research this morning. I was stuck last night working on the Discord, but this morning I did some quick looking at stocks. It's really odd. Like, you know, Tesla, I read this story this morning from... Who did I read this story from? It's a shitty news source. It's Investors Business Daily. But they said this morning, you know, Dow Jones Futures signals market sell-off to continue, right? And they just trashed Tesla this morning. And I want to show you guys some of the stocks that I look at to see where we really are. You know, I'm looking at they ripped Tesla. They just like, Tesla's horrible. It's the worst stock ever. It's a part of the market crash. You know, and I'm looking at Tesla. Well, right now, Tesla's already up to 1023, right? When you see hedges like that come in yesterday at 4:10 p.m., you typically see a dip in the stock market almost immediately. So that was a planned hedge move by some hedge fund or bank yesterday at 4:10 p.m. And the impact wasn't felt in the market until this morning. That's actually what took place last night. And so you saw the dealers selling this morning at 6 a.m. In my view, this had nothing to do with where we are right now. You see Tesla just ripping off right now as high as they can go. And it's crazy because I'm watching this morning, or I'm reading this morning, and I'm laughing my ass off because I'm like, man, if I had $10 million to buy a shit ton of puts at 4:10 p.m., Of course, the market's going to dip on the open tomorrow morning or in the overnight at some point, which it didn't in the overnight. So that's what the dealers did this morning at 6 a.m. So I'm going to try to explain this and show you the map this morning and what happened. Now, Spot Gamma did say if we saw continued hedging today, you would see further downside. To me, this was just this. We've done this many times in the past. We do it on the upward moves. We do it on the lower moves where we wind up trading down to get that last little bit of profit. That's really what it is. It's profit making. Tesla's now up to 1040, and this is why I'm watching Tesla at this moment, because the news stories, on the other hand, this morning were signaling market doom and gloom, and I'm watching the market from a couple of perspectives. You know, I'm seeing Tesla just yesterday at 11.15, right? It's at 11.15 is its price yesterday, right? It hasn't even hit a low from just 4 days ago. So its low 4 days ago was 978. So how is this a market crash, right? That's number one. And then the other low that it had was back on December 21st at 886. So then I'm looking at like a Tesla to say, are we in a market crash situation at this point? Like, I'm using bellwethers. Like, is this stock actually signaling a market crash? And I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it right off the bell this morning either. So there's some concern from my end, right? And the reason I'm saying this is because, on the other hand, I'm looking at stocks like SQ, right? I got a whole bunch of them. I'm looking at stocks like SQ. Here's a great one to look at. If you compare Piton, right? Piton is just starting to sell down to its March, May lows of 2020, which is what I want to see out of SQ. I haven't seen that yet out of SQ. I didn't even see it last night in the sell down this morning in SQ. I wanted to see SQ just like capitulate down to the depths of hell. I'm looking for DKNG to sell off to the pits of hell. I'm looking, and meanwhile, we're actually selling off the cybersecurity cloud shit that they tried to pawn off on people back in November, December, saying that was the trade of 2022. So I'm looking for like a firm to sell down to nothing, Datadog to sell down to nothing, Elsa to sell down to nothing, Shopify to sell down to nothing, even Roblox. I don't want them to sell down to nothing, but I'm expecting more. I'm expecting C, like SE. That trade, I traded SE for an entire year, and all it did was print. But I want SE to come back to like, I've got some tags on SE. Like, do you want to know where I want to see SE? I want to see SE at like $55. So if we're in that market crash situation right now, where is it? If we're in this situation, well, I got to look at my calls and see how bad the damage is. Oof. Ooh. I still have some hope left in my 470 Cs, believe it or not. So that's really what I'm looking for. I don't want to see a manufactured sell-off this morning at 6 a.m. down to 460. I want to see like 455. I want to see 450. I really want to see like damage done to the market. I'm looking for that between now and March at some point. I don't want it to take until May or June. And so I'm looking for specific stocks to really sell off hard. I want to see like Apple start selling down. I want to see that rates really do matter. I really want to see that bond buying is going to end. But I'm not seeing that in Apple. I'm not seeing it in Tesla. I'm not seeing the ultimate sell down in SQ. I'm not seeing the ultimate sell down in SE. And so I'm looking for these 2020 trades to be done with, and they're not done with yet. They're not done taking profit yet. These tickers have not sold off. The ones that have been propping up the stock market have not sold off. This article this morning saying NQ's in the middle of a 10% correction. I'm like, where's the 10% correction in Apple? Right? I'm not seeing that either. So I'm still in my calls. I exited my puts right off the bell this morning. I bought some puts at the last moment yesterday, because yesterday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, yesterday at 4:10, we watched. A few of us were still left in the channel. We watched some put hedge walls coming in, like last 5 minutes or so of the market. So I did save myself some money this morning by putting that slight. It wasn't even as much as what I think I'm in like 470 calls for 28 cents was my average, and they're down to 10 cents. Now they're down to 9 cents. So I'm going to hold those. Hopefully we get a snapback this morning. If you are still uber bearish and you disagree with what I'm talking about happening this morning or in the overnight, if you want to believe the news articles, then you take the short again at 464.51, and I'll show you where you're looking for targets if you're bearish. So to me, this looked more manufactured than anything that's being said in the news this morning. And it is funny to see SG not talking about what took place in the close yesterday as well. Excuse me. So you got a next target would be 449.36 and then 440. This 440 was not here yesterday. This came from that hedge. I'm going to take a look this morning and see if they closed that position that they took out at 410 yesterday at the bell. Yeah, so anyways, that's my take this morning on the market and why we went down as deep as we did at 6 a.m. Any of you that's just joining us and weren't here right at the when I signed on this morning, you might want to pause and go back and listen to my posit on this, because I haven't heard anybody talk about this morning, and I haven't heard anyone out there. No news stories. I haven't heard any anything in social media. All right. Hang tight. I'm going to check these puts and see if they're still on. $218,444. Yeah, and they're gone this morning. So those puts that were placed at 4:12 p.m. yesterday, they are gone. They have cashed them out, and they just left the market. So there was, I think, $10 or $12 million in a huge put position put on expiring on February 18th, and they're gone this morning. They were here this morning, or they were here yesterday for 3 minutes before the close of the bell, and they've closed them out as of this morning. So it further reaffirms the same conversation that we were having when I first came on this morning. Very smooth move. Whoever put those on out there, if any guys know the bank that put those on last night, congratulations. Anyone that was here yesterday that stuck around for the bell remembers this happening yesterday as well. And I'll post those puts this morning on Twitter for you. So my calls are up 11 cents. Maybe I should double down on them. Yeah, in and out, go to the beach. So I guess the question becomes at this point is, do we reject off this 464 number? We've got it here at 464.44. And if you're bearish, if you're reading the news this morning, I guess you'd have to take either the bearish stance or this was a raid kind of a thing. But I'm looking for more capitulation from specific stocks. I'm looking for the stocks that are holding up the market to crash, and I'm looking for capitulation in the stocks that were driven up in that trade for 2 straight years. I also looked at yesterday the stocks that were the biggest gainers yesterday. And so I was looking at the airline stocks. I'm interested this morning to see how well they're doing. I want you to check out Hawaiian Airlines, HA, and look at them. They sold off this morning, but they've been on a track since December 2nd. So take a look at Hawaiian Air and put them on I think I have them on a 3-month chart. There's a nice pump going on. Smaller airlines, not quite the United Airlines, American Airlines, and companies like that. No, it's not. So Chase just said, when you get capitulation, it will be too late. And in all honesty, my market outlook right now is, we're looking for XLF. My market outlook right now is, where is the bottom to invest for 2022? And so what you're looking for is, or what I'm looking for is, again, we're back to, you've got the indexes that are way up here that are being propped up by just a few stocks, right? And then you've got this stealth correction that's going on down below. And you're really looking for the last of these stocks to get whacked, and then the 4 to 6 stocks to come down and have them all kind of match up again, right? And so that's what you're looking for. Other than that, you can only hedge for a tail risk event that would sell us down to 400, 350, 200, 150, something like that. Outside of that, though, you really are just looking for that last moment of capitulation. And you're looking also for those 4 to 6 stocks to come down, drop the indexes down so they both meet, and then you know where bottom is for 2022. And that is not what took place yesterday, nor this morning. So I'm a little pissed off. I want 450. As a matter of fact, the puts that I bought were 455s. They were like 18 cents or something like that into the close yesterday. So I really wanted those to print, and I really want us to have that capitulation moment at some point. I don't know if it comes at the end of the tail end of earnings season, or if it waits until after ER is completely done. Maybe like the last week or so of major ER releases. All right, so let me check, see some of your comments this morning, and see what we can post up for you guys. It was neat to see how Citigroup sold off. Let me see if I can get a add-on for you. Looks like there's some support down here at 34.38. It has disappeared, but still make a note of this on your charts if you're watching XLF. You've got a lot of ice above at 44. Hang tight here. It was 44.80 or something. Got a lot of ice above at 42.13. Make note of that one as well. And then you'll also make note that of the sell-offs that took place in the bank ERs that took place overnight and yesterday, you'll also see that that will impact the next round of bank reporting. Though it doesn't always impact what actually happens in those ERs. We'll see. I've seen in the past, you'll see like NVIDIA have a great ER or Netflix will have a great ER early in earnings reporting season. You'll see the stock blast off, and then the expectation is, well, the next tech ER is going to do the same. So you'll see a ramp up at that point the following day. Yet those ERs will sell off. So I wouldn't correlate banks selling off to the next round of bank reporting doing the same. They can often go the opposite way. Although there will be impact the following day, right? So if you see the initial impact the following day is you'll spook bulls in bank ERs that haven't taken place today. That might be a nice setup for a long into their ERs. So you might want to be looking at some bank ERs if they sell off today, if they sell off this week from bull panic that haven't reported yet. They might be a nice long into their ER due to bull panic. So we'll look at XBI next. I'm not seeing much here on XLF. There's a little bit of support down below here. Hero indicator is negative on XLF. It's really not the best spider to be looking at on Bookmap. But we'll check XBI next, and then I'll go through and check your favorite stickers or tickers, not stickers. And we're going to look at SPY real quick and see if there is rejection or if we blast through here. $464.50, right? Yeah, returning to the scene of the crime this morning. Yeah, hell no, I haven't sold those zero dates yet. Hell no. Winky's like, buy the Qualcomm dip. Coin, please. I need to know where to finally exit the door here. Thanks. Yep, I'll do coin for you. I think I meant to do coin the other day and I didn't. So I'll do coin next because I think I said I would do coin and I didn't. XBI is just bashing around here. More buyers than sellers on XBI. Buy the dips down here at 95, it looks like. Have some nice ice below at 95 bucks. Look up coin next. Going to be watching here to see if we break through the sellers on SPY real quick. If you are uber bearish, if you're believing the news stories that are out there, this is your opportunity to begin to reshort the market. This would be the tag right in here. If you're uber bear. Let's take a look at coin. Was I laughing about coin yesterday? Was I saying I think it was just a general statement. It was more of a don't tell me your bags. I don't want your bags. Okay, so huge support down here in coin at $200, 210.89, 215.41, and 221.11. I think Quinn's gonna be pissed off at this. Clear skies above on coin. Might be a nice trade this morning. You're already up to 231. Got crazy buyers on coin this morning. Crazy buyers. You guys might want to be watching coin this morning. It's a VWAP right now. It's sitting right on it at 22.756. Nice shout out on coin. All right. 250 is your price target. Possibly even 262.30. I got to go back real quick and see if my calls are dead, or if I'm gonna make my money back at least on my calls or not. Cody's saying that QCOM's off to a great start, so we'll do QCOM. I'm going to stay in my calls. I'm not giving them back. I'm going to make the money off that last minute, those last minute puts, and then at least save my call FDs. So put QCOM up. Give it a few minutes to load up here. We have Buy the Dippers, and the CVD buyers group is starting to overwhelm the sellers here at this moment. I think we break through here. I think we're going to trade up. Those puts are gone this morning, so I'm a little hesitant to start reshorting the market at this point. And I'll bring... Sorry, my voice after a week of broadcasting is brutal. I'll have to be quiet the entire weekend for my throat to heal up. I will bring up Tesla next for you after QCOM. And we'll look to see, I'll take a look at the options. Yeah, it's the same story with QCOM, right? Rip to 191. Looks like we have more sellers at 195 today, 194.33. Normally we see sellers at 190, 191. I'd still be careful. You see this ice above here? You might see these sellers sneak back in today on QCOM right around that 191 area. Even though it's showing a higher number up here at 195, you could possibly take it there. VWAP right now is currently sitting at 185. Looks like the sellers are higher than they were before, but still looks like the same old story, right? With QCOM. Buy the dips down at 180s or 170s. Sell the rips up here at 189, 190. See this little bash that just happened? First round of sellers stepped in at 188, 87. VWAP's down at 185.29. 189.82, 190, same area. It looks like there's the same sellers above. Trade it up, take profit, look for another dip buy on QCOM. And then next after that, we're going to look at Tesla next. We'll put Tesla up here. So I know the Tesla gang wants to wonder if they should be scared or not. I'm not scared on Tesla. I really want to see Tesla break their localized support going back the past month, which they did not do. I want to see them break a trend, and I'm not seeing that. I need to see that trend break, and by not seeing that trend break, it's of concern, right, for the bear case. I want to see the bloodbath in the retail favorite speculative growth stocks. It's still not answering the question about Brainerd yesterday either. I get what Brainerd's saying, and I get that it's being used for a market reaction. And then yesterday at 5 p.m. after market close, I saw news articles flooding the market saying that the Senate wants to request big tech to about over the January or June, or I don't remember what that was, but the insurrection plot shit that took place at the White House. They're saying that they want big tech to have Senate hearings again. And earlier in the day, I was talking to Markets and Mayhem live on air about it. Is like, are we using rates and some other news stories to dump the market more so than it really impacting? Because I'm like, man, if the rates really were going to impact the market, or if tightening was going to really impact the market, man, I swear you would see a death spiral if we were going to stop bond purchases. So we did sell off above here at 464, 464 or 464.99, 465, and we've bounced off slightly down below here. VWAP right now on SPY is 461.94. We're going to look at Tesla real quick. And sure enough, we had news articles yesterday on Tesla, Facebook, I think Microsoft, Apple, that came out around 5 p.m. So I'm like, is this the stuff we have to watch for, right? Every time we hear that news used in a negative light, it'll just be used to dump these stocks, right? To slowly trade them down, because they're not getting the effect or impact that they're looking for from saying rates are going up. You know, it's kind of like you're long Apple and you want to exit your position, and you're inside a room and you tell your boss, you say, "Yeah, boss, we'll just bring up rates, we'll bring up tapering, and we'll bring up the QT, and we'll scare the market, and hopefully they'll sell Apple." And it's not working, so they have to bring up more bad news or create, more bad news to sell down these big tickers. So Tesla's on VWAP right now at 1028. Still that same support at 1,990. It looks like we have more support firming up. If you guys are scared about your Tesla, we'll look lower and see where the next buy the dip area is. And see it right here too. 998, 999 to 1,000. Next stop is 980. This is where the smart money is down below. This is where the banks are. 950. And you guys already know where I want Tesla. I know the Tesla bulls, it's like nails on a chalkboard hearing where I want to see Tesla. 929, 930 is your next level after that. You can pause this broadcast too as these load up and just make some major support lines in your charting. You have minor support at 909, minor support at 880. 900 is a big level here. Take a look here. $850 is another one. We'll go slightly deeper here again so you guys have them. You have a big drop down to 800, and then down here 750. 800 looks like a nice level. I keep saying this 750 number down here, but it's more than likely going to be like 800 if the market sells off. If we have that market sell-off between now and March, it's probably somewhere down here. After ER is done, we'll have these news stories coming out saying that we don't expect growth to sustain itself. You'll hear all the news come out. It'll be right towards the end of ER season. You'll have all of big tech give their earnings. You'll see a news article come out. You'll see CNBC come out, and they'll hold out like Mike Wilson or somebody will come out on CNBC, and he'll say, "We don't expect the same earnings potential this year in big tech. We'll sell big tech down real deep. It'll be awesome sauce." And then they'll come out as soon as they hit like 850, 900 or so, 800. You'll see Mike Wilson will drag him back out, and he'll say something to you like, "Well, we expect decent profits in tech this year." and then you'll see a bounce. Market will bounce. And then you'll see, Tesla will go from 750 to 2,000 end of the year. It'll leave all the bulls. All the bulls will be afraid. They'll buy the top again, and it'll be just another year, just like every other year, right? Since 2008. I'll make an asterisk. I know you guys don't believe me with this stuff. The bulls don't. Bears, I like the bulls hate me and the bears hate me. The bears are like, no, damn it, we're selling down because it's the end of the world. And then the bulls are like, we'll never sell down. And in reality, it's just, accumulation and then profit taking. And then do it all, rinse and repeat until we break it all. All right, yeah, so I'm staying long in my longs. If I can, what I'm going to look for on my longs is I really need our SPY to make a move before 11 a.m. and sometimes as late as 1 p.m. because the market makers will just strip any value off of FDs at some point this morning. So I'm going to try to get another bounce out of this. If not, I'll just cut my losses here. Yeah, I'm already down to 8 cents. They were up to like 12 or 13 cents at one point. So the market makers are already stepping in right here and trying to skim profit out of the market, no matter where we're sitting right here. So I'm going to look for one more push above. If we can break above 46,450, I'll stay in. If we can't break in here, I'm just going to cut my losses, and I'll try to re-enter again at some point. Maybe now or at the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock hour, possibly at the 4 o'clock hour. I'm going to scroll back through here, and I will go back above to find out some tickers you guys want to be seeing. See what I can find out for shout-outs you guys were given this morning. So I did Qualcomm. I'll do RK for you guys. Saw a bunch of people asking about RK. Yeah, so congrats to the Bears. Bears made great money off that trade. Or I hope you did. I made some money on puts yesterday. Not what I was hoping to make. I only made like 100%. This morning, my puts made only like 50%. I was a little too far outside the money. I was hoping for a bloodbath this morning, like straight up bloodbath. Yeah, so right here at this 464.39, if we can break through here, there's a lot of calls coming into the market. There were more sellers than buyers this morning, but the buyers are coming up, right? You've got the ratio of buyers to sellers is getting stronger, and I'm assuming at some point bears will take the money and run. We are going into a weekend. I would be hesitant. I'm going to think about some FDs, but I'm always hesitant of buying FDs. Either direction, puts or calls, when you have 3 days off in the market. We're closed for 3 days. I'm going skiing this weekend too, so hopefully you guys can get out there and have a wonderful weekend. But I'm always concerned with the theta burn over the weekend. If you're going to buy puts or calls, unless we do a serious gap down or a serious gap up over the weekend, and you're looking, I'm like serious, you're looking for like 50 to 100 points minimum for any side of those to print, then I would say take spreads. Definitely take spreads. And also look at I posted yesterday ERs for the rest of the month. Take a look at ERs that are happening on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and how those might impact your positioning into the end of the day today. So I want to bring up RK. So the RK crowd is looking. We've got some ice above here at 82.81. Be conscious of that. I still want to see RK like $65. I'm a buyer at $65 or so. I think we will see $65 before end of springtime. You also have, it's 83, 82, 86 on RK. And I'm a fan of, I should say that I think the selling down of RK is more natural than it seems. They have to make negative news about Kathy and trash Kathy to bring RK down to $65 or so. But it wouldn't shock me to see these same news organizations flip their script as soon as I start to hear the really bad RK news. I want to be hearing like it's going to go bankrupt, that kind of stuff. Then I'm going to look to start taking longs in RK. Otherwise, the Bookmap's really not showing too much information. You have more buyers than sellers right now on RK. I can add the add-ons and see if it works. I'm not a Kathy Woods hater either. I just think it's a matter of taking profit. So whenever I hear the negative news, I don't interpret it the same way. Here indicator's positive. Looks like the next round of selling more than likely is at 82.92. If the bulls think they can take that, they can beat this 82.92. You got more sellers above at $83. It is good to see that there are no sellers above here. We're almost at that capitulation level. You've got another round of bag holders above serious bag holders above at 89.82. This is really the group right here you want to see sell. You want to see this group right here finally have some capitulation. Those last diamond handers, those brick-handed bulls. And we'll look below to see why I keep saying $65. We'll see if that's a real number or not right now. Let's take a look below and see where the real banks are at. Where do the banks want to buy RK? Because I don't believe that they don't want to buy it. I just think that they have a different number than we do. We have a stop here at 75, 75.11. Right here's some nice support at $70. And this seems about right. You see this right here? Like $70. So if you're a bull if you're like a long-term RK bull, you're going to be waiting. This is that 750 level on Tesla. I don't know that I get this year. Maybe for a brief moment, 6650. Looks like the real support on RK is roughly $70, somewhere in here. I'm looking for this event to take place down the road, sometime between now and March. Well, I gotta try to get all of your tickers you guys are calling out. TQ? You mean to do TQ? What's TQ? TQ? Or TQQQ? Or TQQQQ? Is there an actual ticker TQ? No. You bastards. Yeah, ME was scary, wasn't it? I took a look at ME. I looked at ME this morning too. That I was looking through my stocks that I'm watching. We'll check ME for you. ME was at a nice bottom yesterday. I looked at that this morning. Buy the dip, 501. Gorgeous support. You've got some ice above at 577, 619. Looks like they're weak, though. 696 is a nice price. Where the real sellers at? Real sellers on ME are at 951. That's a really nice trade. I liked that trade yesterday. We'll look at Uber next. That was a ticker for Brad Kesner. Brad K. Lots of support firming up down here at 460 now on the SPY. This band has tightened up a little bit down here, 460. Hair indicator is good on the SPY. Just grinding through these sellers above here. Look like these are late bears, maybe, if I had to guess. These are bears that are wanting to jump in short, take it down to 450, drinking the Kool-Aid. Late to the party. I'm going to expect that we trade sideways here and grind out these sellers and make our way higher. Look at Uber. Uber is just smashing and bashing down below here. This might be a good one. I like the Uber trade. I've traded Uber this year a few times. Uber's had some I like Uber right here. It's got some negative gamma on it right now, but it is bashing down here on support. You are looking for about $50. You've got some sellers at 46, 45, 75. If the bears were really to take charge here in Uber, this is another ticker that I'm watching for January to March. I don't know if it can go much lower. This will be worth the watch here. Uber's really worth the watch here because all the buyers, you've got very light buyers down below at $35. But right now, Uber seems to be. This is a really nice leap trade. It's a really nice. I like this trade a lot. I like Uber. Can't say that I don't. I'm not saying that Uber can't dip down below $40 either. But I do like this trade generally for where it's at. Even if we were to sell down, I still like it. I don't think Uber goes down to $10, maybe, but I don't think it does. This is like Piton. It's close. It's close to its bottom, not quite in its bottom. I think Piton can trade down to like $10, but I don't think that Piton's the same as Uber. I don't think they're the same company. I don't think that Piton's growth will in any way be this shape or form be the same as Uber or its relevance to the general public. So I kind of like Uber here, even more so than Piton. And that's weird too. I can't really compare Piton with Square either, right? Like I'm looking at Piton trading where I want SQ to trade, but Piton's not the same company as Piton either. That one's good. And then we'll see what else you guys are doing. I did Tesla for you. Good morning, Joe. Your wife's boyfriend, I'll do ASO for you next. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind this morning and doing tickers for you guys. How are you, Joe? Joe, last night I was down the rabbit hole again on... Joe's been on the rabbit hole working on the website. Looks like some people have found it already. Some internet sleuths have found the website. And, man, Discord. I've got like webhook issues. I was trying to you guys will find this funny. Some of you out there will find this funny. So I was putting in a bot, right? Like a server bot. And the server bot asks for, do you want to ban certain words? And I'm like, well, I don't really want to ban the F-bomb. I don't want to ban the S-bomb. But I can ban people that use it excessively. So like if you just say fuck, it'll just delete your message. If you use all caps for more than 70% of what you're typing, it'll not ban you. It'll just delete the message. If you use too many emojis, you can put not a ban, but a delete message on that. Some of that stuff seems okay. But I don't want to ban anybody that's going to swear. But then, of course, my wife is like, nope, there are some swear words you don't want in there. And I'm like, oh, yeah, there probably are. There's some real derogatory words you don't want used. And there's no list of those words. And I don't know all those words. So I'm trying to Google search those words last night. And no one has a list of those words because I can't remember them. I don't know what they are. But it's interesting that how the bots work for Discord, because they're often built for. So I finally found a list last night, and it tracks like what kids use for derogatory words, and their craftiness to beat negative word filters. So that was an interesting experience last night to try to find words that are derogatory to put on a ban list, ones you don't ever want to hear anyone saying or talking about. My own mother would wash my mouth out if I had ever said some of these things. It was horrible to look these words up too. And then you're like, oh yeah, I can't have that word. Definitely can't use that word. I don't want to be the word police either, but there's just some things that are destructive to anybody. But that was a really terrible thing to have to get on and do yesterday. And then the other thing on Discord that I went through yesterday was I was having my wife go through yesterday and test different subs out or channels out to see what abilities she had and didn't have. And I've got her using this. I've got this old computer that I've got her using. And in one of the voice channels, I was having problems, and it wound up being the actual computer's fault and not Discord's. But that took me like an hour to try to figure out technically what was going on. I feel like I'm 50 or 60 years old here. You're an old man trying to figure out the underbelly of Discord. But Discord's coming along. Have a nice. I worked out a nice stock bot yesterday, and put it through the paces last night for unusual options activity, stock charts, a bunch of different command lines. And I haven't built the channels for that stock bot yet, but you should have the ability to be able to bring up certain charting options, unusual flows, all kinds of different stuff. And then I'm able to post some flow from Flow Algo in there. I'll be able to post a bunch of stuff on Twitter and have a channel dedicated to that kind of stuff. And I'm almost ready to I almost have the audio channels up and ready to go to host guys like Markets and Mayhem. We can host people on this show. Any of you guys out there that ever want to do a guest spot or talk, and we could probably even at some point do an audio show with all of us live streaming on YouTube if you want to. I don't know if everybody was into that, but that some people are wallflowers. Okay, so ASO support 38, 37. Got more sellers than buyers. I'm not really bullish on ASO right now. You have sellers, some firm sellers above at 43, 44. This looks like a bearish stance right now. You got and more sellers above at 49, 44. This looks like localized support though. I'll give you that. Localized support at 37.84. I'm concerned that this isn't a larger band of buyers, and this looks like it could sell down deeply. Could have a capitulation move down to like $34 if you can handle that. I'd be slightly wary on ASO. LVS. I've been tracking LVS too. It was interesting watching. I've been watching DKNG. There's talk out there that one of these online gaming companies is going to go under. Like my first thoughts is maybe it's Penn National Gaming. Then I'm like, man, what if it's one of the ones that we don't think is going to go under? Yeah, we're gonna look right there. So look at LVS. Yeah, LVS is on a negative. Got more buyers here in LVS. But we're bashing off of some resistance above at $44. More sellers than buyers. Lots of call buyers in LVS. It's an interesting one. I like it where it is. Let's see if there's any kind of a deep capitulation move again left for LVS. Looks like $35 is buy the dip. $41 buy the dip. Set an alert if it doesn't come, you missed it. But if it does come, if once again you get another sell down, $35 is the buy the dip. If you're already in at $35, you're at your first resistance level. And see it right here, right? Massive resistance between 43 and 46. I'll look above here and see if there's any price targets above. I don't see any. Yeah, I like LVS here. Just have to wear out all these sellers between here and $46. If not, you're coming back to 35 to try again. All right. I did XLF. I did XBI. Let's see here. Amazon did well. Amazon paid well today. LOL, huh? I must have missed something on Amazon. I'll do Amazon next. You guys want me to do Amazon? I see 3 Amazons here. Hang tight. Let me look at Amazon for you guys. MZN. Subscribe. Anybody going skiing this weekend? Anybody going out, hiking, biking, surfing, sailing? Got 2 buddies already away on vacation. Let me check Flow Algo this morning to see if anything's coming up for you guys. Seeing X-ray calls, February 18th, 29C. Seeing some airline puts this morning. TQQQ calls that came in this morning. Those are kind of late now. Tesla calls. SPY calls. Ford calls. F. Lots of Ford calls. Seeing a mixed bag on airline calls this morning. CVX. I like that. January 28th, 135C. WIN, WYNN. That's a gambling stock. January 28th, 98C. Lots of WIN calls coming in this morning. I would target WIN. We're going to look up WIN right now. UCO, UCO. January 21st, 110C. That's another high algo score. So look up UCO and we'll look up WIN really quick. I'm going to interject before checking your tickers after Amazon for a moment. Hero indicator is negative on Amazon. We have way more sellers than buyers this morning on Amazon. It's coming right back down to that 3,200 level that all the dip buyers love. See if we can take a look and see. We'll check, see if there's actually still support down here. These the bulls love buying this 3,200 level. XLE calls coming in this morning. BA calls coming in this morning. Facebook calls. Apple calls. SPY calls. Tesla calls. All those tech calls came rolling through. No, hold on. Baidu had calls come in this morning. 160C. For April 14th on Baidu. I like that call expansion. We've got some VXX puts coming in. Yep, so you got support down here at 3,200, 3,150. Let's see where the next level down is. Yeah, it looks like 3150 and 3120 is some serious support for Amazon. I expect that. Let's look at Win real quick. I want to see if Win is just ripping today or not. Why so many calls on Win? What was the other one? I'll check X as well because there's massive calls coming in on X right now. Massive. All February 18th, 29C. What was the other one that I saw down here? I'll check Ford. There's one down here that looks really nice. UCO. So I'll check Win, X, and UCO. UCO. Check them too. Win, X, Ford, UCO. Bring those up on your charts. Win, X, Ford, and UCO. Yeah, so the win calls are 100 Cs. Lots of resistance up here. A lot of grinding to get to 100C here. Lots of resistance at 95, 98, 100. By the dip, you've got $70, 81 bucks. It's going to be a tough one right here. Might be a VWAP trade. But you do have buyers overwhelming sellers this morning on Win. That's good to note at least. Got double the buyers as you do have sellers. That could rip up to $100, maybe 96, 98. Maybe you hold it to $97 if you're in Win. We're going to look up X next, and then Ford. Take another closer look at the SPY. That's a better look at SPY, right? You have buyers overwhelming sellers on the SPY right now. Positive hero indicator. We'll bring up the hero indicator, expand it a little bit so you can take a peek. See what the hero indicator is doing. Got some slight divergence here on the hero indicator. Began at 1035, even though it's showing positive. Stabilizing a little bit. It was where this little dip took place. So we'll monitor SPY. Oh, hold on here. shit. My microphone was off. God damn it. Oops, sorry for saying god damn it. I've been talking for like the past 20 minutes. You guys can't hear a goddamn thing. My chat was locked up too. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see what you guys were saying. I just went through a whole bunch of charts. Hilarious. Too hilarious. Yeah, so my chat was like frozen. So I was like way above in the chat and I couldn't see shit. And all I see now, I'm scrolling through and I see all these like red warning signs. This is hilarious. Too hilarious. Let me scroll back up again. So I had the mic was off and the chat was stuck on. So sometimes OBS Streamlabs does a good job and sometimes it does not. Did you guys hear me say that I'm going skiing this weekend? Hope that you guys are all out there surfing, hiking, biking, and skiing. Hope you guys heard that part. Because I'm going skiing. Hope, yeah, everybody's going skiing this weekend. Right on. Joe Harper saying it's going to snow here on Sunday. I missed a whole bunch of what you guys were saying, too. I just scrolled back up and I see all the shit you guys were texting. Karaoke sounds like a blast. Yeah, Joe Harper, if it's going to snow where you are, definitely going to shut the city down. Ooh, Doughboy Capital. He's going flying to Canada, goes cat skiing. I love cat skiing. Love it. Yeah, Jason, I'm not a fan of unusual whales. Flow Algo, it doesn't hit everything, but it definitely is more focused. Yeah, UCO is oil. I just went through a bunch of tickers. I'm not going through them again. Sorry, guys. So Win was weird. I don't know if you guys heard me talk about Win. I don't like the Win chart. I don't like any of the charts that I showed earlier. There's a lot of flow coming in on these tickers, but I don't like where they are. It's kind of funny because I was talking for the Bears out there. You guys do need to hear that part of the conversation. There was some hedging that came in today so all the consumer cyclicals, the consumer defensive stocks. We haven't seen any hedging activity coming in on those on those tickers. They came in today. So you saw Kroger puts coming in. Saw some retail. Let me bring these back up for you guys. Saw Kroger puts come in today. This morning at 6 a.m., I was looking up the Kroger chart because it's been going up since 2019. And I was interested because Kroger went up yesterday. It had a huge move the other day. Kroger, I think, yesterday was up like 14%. But I'm expecting Kroger to come down. It never traded down since 2019. It actually got pushed up really high in March 2020. So the Kroger trade, I was looking at that because of how high it was up yesterday. Just cranking. And we saw Kroger hedge come in for March 18th, 98p for $1 million. And if you follow its trend line all the way up, I'm looking for Kroger to trade down to at least $43, and it showed major support on Kroger at 43. Seeing hedging come in on consumer defensive and retail stocks right now, currently expiring on March 18th, makes me think that you're going to get that capitulation move that we're looking for into March at some point. And so you're seeing it on KR, and then you're also seeing on XRT. Now, XRT is showing support at $80, but if we break through, my price target for XRT is $71.33. Saw $1 million in puts come in for March 18th on XRT and KR this morning. I haven't seen any other hedges coming in on all the bulls that are hiding out in these defensive stocks, but we are looking for that kind of hedging coming into the market. So you'll find all these bulls are hiding out inside of consumer defensive, healthcare, and like just a small corner of the market, and you really want that last capitulation move to include the sell-off of the retail defensive stocks, consumer defensive stocks, material stocks, any of that kind of stuff. Also, I looked at X this morning for that retail trade. The retail calls that came out on X this morning don't look promising. Just looks like retail FOMO. I don't like the trade in UCO unless it pulls back to 98. I don't like the trade in WIN either. I don't like the trade in, what was the other one that I looked at this morning? I think there was one more. All right, so we'll get past all that for right now, and we'll look at... Yeah, I'm muted. The no sound is because I was muted. Now I got to scroll back down through here. I got the airs coming out. I got the sirens coming out. Hilarious. Yeah, so Winky, I was probably muted here, Winky. Massive puts coming in. So the day traders, they're buying 182p on Qualcomm. I have to go through all of this again. I can't believe I was muted on all this shit. I talked about Qualcomm when I was muted. So Qualcomm, right on time. Day traders take 182p, expiring on January 14th. Run it back down to 180 to 170, and then pick it back up again. Yep, mute. Willie Smoke, have a great day. Yeah, I'm going to be bailing myself. I'm looking for to place into the day trade at some point, but I'm going skiing this weekend. He's giving a lot of good information right now to know exactly what to do. XRT, ticker not needed, better be delisted. Paul saying he's long MES at some point. That was probably a long time ago. If you're taken hostage by the Bears. Bob, I'll bring Bob up real quick. I saw that somebody wanted the Tesla chart. They didn't want me showing Tesla porn anymore, so we'll look at Tesla briefly, and we'll do some Tesla porn for the bulls that are sad today. Okay, you ready for the Tesla porn? Tesla bull porn? I know the Tesla bulls want to see some porn. You got negative gamma coming in, or negative, not gamma, negative hero indicator on Tesla. More sellers than buyers. It is the weekend. People are going to take profit. You're going to see some bulls that are going to get scared heading into Monday. Paranoia. There are some hedges coming in, though, in retail and consumer defensive for March 18th. That does sound logical to me. I posted on Twitter last week that I think Mike Wilson on MS said, "Don't worry, everybody. It's ER season. The market should be fine." And I posted on Twitter, I said, I've seen many ER seasons where we've just sold the whole market as, just from a technicals perspective, we've sold the whole entire market as we've released ERs. So I thought that didn't make any sense to hear him saying that. Do I think that we're selling the market right now? Yeah, I think from now into March we do. I think we've already talked about that we sell down into March, but I don't think that stops us from going up at the same time. To see unreasonable rips up to 480 or 500 are certainly on the table at this time period. Those large megaphones, how we're trading within those large megaphones, I don't think that's something where we just keep rolling over. Well, I think we do kind of keep rolling over at some point. I'm hoping for that huge capitulation into March. I hope it doesn't take until June, but I still haven't seen the signs of it. We are seeing some of the signs of it, though. Seeing that Kroger put position does show signs that they're going to come for the bulls hiding out in defensive stocks. So if you're a bull and you want to see some bull porn, You want to see Company X get announced. You want to see a stock split get announced. So we already know about 1100, right? That's been a big one everyone's been looking at. Everybody likes the idea of the call wall on, or they don't like the idea of the call wall on Tesla. And this is a big problem. Someone was wanting me to show the upper ranges. When you don't have call structure above like 1200 here, you won't see resistance levels way above, okay? You're not going to see like a seller at 1500 or anything like that. You're going to see an actual call wall above. You see some up here at 1250. You're going to see really light sellers. You're going to see some guys living in a hermit hole somewhere. You know, he's probably got one or two. Like you got some, these are like the ultra bulls up here. This is like the, I don't want to say Gary Black, but you know, you got some ultra bulls that are like, I ain't selling till 1300. I ain't selling till 3000. I've got a sell order on my Tesla. It's at 1300. 1500. Got another mark up here, 1350. We'll bring it up for the bulls, make them happy, get them all excited. Look at that, 1400. How's that looking? How's this looking up here? Is that looking sexy for the bulls? You guys want some bull porn for Tesla today? So 1400. We've got Jim Bob up here. He's like, I ain't selling until 1450. Look at that 1450 sexiness, right? I like it. You got 1450 and one guy goes, you know what? 1450 is not good enough. I'm setting my sells at 1467, baby. Up above 1400, we've got the traders or the investors that have been told that they don't want their shares being used for shorting activity. So you got like some guys like, you know what? I'm just going to set my sell at 1500 so they can't borrow my shares. That's an old wives' tale, by the way. I think they used to purport that if you set your stop losses at like 1500, 1600, that the brokers can't use your shares to short sell. I think I've heard that said before in the market. I don't know if people still purport that bullshit. Look at this. You got a real ultra bull up here. 1600. Look at that massive 1600. Balls of steel. It's like, I ain't selling. It's like, we're going to 2000, baby. Got a stock split coming. Oh, look at the ultimate price target. Ooh. This is where Elon's hanging out. He's like, I ain't selling until 1690. That's all black up here. There's like no ice, no blue, no nothing, no noise, just hanging out up in the moon. This is Mars, right? 1690. That gets you all fired up if you're an Uber bull. You guys want to see 1700? You guys want to see it? We're getting all you. Oh, look at that, 1800. 1800. Look at that. The elusive 1800. Look at that sexy beast up there. Yeah, I know it's a wives' tale, but I know that traders I'll hear investors, they come up with all this other whack bullshit. They don't. You know what's crazy is they don't actually have to short Tesla directly. There's no point in shorting Tesla directly. You short it through smaller funds. I shouldn't tell you guys this stuff. Easiest way to short Tesla, so 1900. Let's look at 2000. The easiest way to short Tesla is through smaller ETFs that have a large. There we go, baby. 2000. The Holy Grail. We're up above. How you like them apples? Easiest way to short Tesla is to go into a small ETF that has a low float and can be pushed around easily, but they control a shit ton of Tesla stock. And you go in there and you short that thing down. You just drive it, just pin it. You just pin it and pin it and pin it. And it's cheaper for hedge funds to pin these small ETFs that control a shit ton of Tesla stock. I got a video on this. I got a video that was done on this, like a C-SPAN video or something like that, where there's a professor giving a talk about it. A bunch of reporters were there, and they were asking about why does Tesla trade the way that it trades. If I can find it, I'll post it on social media. It's like an hour long or something, 2 hours long, and it's very dangerous too. By the way, when hedge funds do this, it's how they get blown up in the background. If you didn't know how hedge funds get blown up, it's from shorting in that manner. Leads to them sometimes when you see if they're not prepared for a rip and like if Tesla just said tomorrow, hey, we're announcing company X and we're going to split the stock 10 ways, you'd see some hedge funds blow up. Not from directly shorting Tesla, but from shorting these small hedge funds. Which, of course, is always fun to watch. It's always fun to watch a hedge fund blow up, in my view. Okay, so we did the Tesla thing. I'm going to get out of there. I'm going to get serious again. We'll take a look at SPY, see if it's bouncing around still. It's kind of floating around sideways, just eating. Tesla's going to consume puts and calls today. Thank you for playing. So you have to make a plan for what you're going to do at the end of the day. Let me see if I got any value left in my... Yeah, so now my 470s are worthless at this point. I don't even think I can sell them now. Let's see if they'll sell. Yeah, they're not even selling now. So I'm going to... Let me see if... I don't think I can even sell them now. So I even lost 13 cents on those calls. I had it 13 cents. And they were, oh, no, they did sell. So there is still some hope that we hit 470 today. But I don't think that they sell. So we'll see. We'll see if we can sell or salvage anything this morning. I did make some money on some puts, though. I did at the bell yesterday, or after the bell yesterday, buy some puts. So I did save some money on SPY this morning on my losses on SPY. So it really wasn't too bad of a loss overall on that trade. And I'm going to take that trade again, more than likely, at the bell today on the SPY. What I'll end up doing here is I'm going to end up taking more FDs on the SPY, maybe even on IWM or QQQs this time. Yeah, I ended up holding them. The problem with Friday normally, especially Friday specifically, is if you don't get rid of your shit by like 11:30 in the morning, all the trading is done for the day, typically. Sometimes we'll sell off or we'll go crazy high on a Friday. But I'm going to be looking for some... I want to wait for this grind of the puts and calls to be done on the SPY, and then I'm going to take a position at some point, either at the bell, long or short. Fridays typically trade is done. It's all a bunch of people that blew up their accounts trying to save their accounts on Fridays. A bunch of retail traders that are trying to salvage something or whatever it is they try to do when they blow up their accounts. Okay. January 18th. And SpotCamera did make one comment this morning. I did read their AM report, and they did say that we have... let me see if I can bring it up. I'm going to post this on, I don't know if I'm going to post, probably shouldn't. So January 21st, there is a large call gamma position rolling off on January 21st. Massive. It's the largest one rolling off from now into April. Not that we won't get larger call positions into April, but for right now, we have a major call position rolling off on the 21st. They are implying on spot gamma that it could be negative for the market. Let me see if I can read exactly what they said about this. They say they've made these comments. I don't think I've ever. I might have missed them. I don't read the spot gamma report every day in the AM and PM. They sometimes get a lot right, and sometimes they don't, or sometimes they're two-sided on their position. You know, they'll give you the bear side and the bull side, but they're not definitive in what their take is on it when they don't know. So let me read this off to you though. This morning, they said this morning. Yeah, so let me start with this. They said, in the last several sessions, interest rate concerns eased, which led to a quick rally in many of those oversold names. However, with yesterday's Fed rate comments by Brainard, Laney Bernard, the tech and meme selling resumed in similar fashion to early January. Tech selling, but little index hedging. So when they said little index hedging, we did see those puts come in yesterday at the bell, but they were quickly taken off this morning. Should that index hedging demand increase, it would likely lead to a large spike in implied volatility and a large decline in markets. Now, it is interesting. I haven't seen yet today the major hedging that they're talking about. We'll look for that hedging today into the close and even into 4:15 p.m. to see when those arrive, if they arrive. My bigger concern this morning, though, is where the hedging is taking place today is not in tech or in speculative growth stocks, meme stocks, retail stocks. The hedging that we're seeing today is where a lot of the bulls are hiding. I'm seeing it in tickers like Kroger, right? You don't want to see hedging in Kroger. If you see it in Kroger, then you know that is the implication, that between now and March 18th, we're going to sell the market down. And there's a lot of white and black papers out there that talk about how you have to trade volatility as a hedge, you have to long volatility instead of longing the traditional stocks that you can hide in, like a Kroger. You can't hide in a Kroger anymore. Those days are over where you can hide in a Kroger if the market sells off completely. When you liquidate the market these days, it does liquidate everything. And I believe in that take as well. And so we are seeing those hedges come in this morning. So just be conscious of that as we trade the rest of the day away. If some of you guys I know are taking off this morning, but for some of you out there, I do want you to realize that there is hedging coming into the market. It's not where you'd expect it right now. And when you do see that hedging coming into the market, people are placing bets that we do sell down, which we should. Every year we sell down. There's not a year that we don't sell down in January to March. It's typical, it's common, it's the norm. So you're going to expect to see this hedging coming in. We are seeing it this morning. So I'll continue on with what they said. They said we've also made several comments in regards to January 21st, January OPEX being of significant size. I don't remember those comments. Maybe they were made. That they would raise the market up while they were important. That we've seen call hedging. That's why we're at 480 or whatever, or we're at 480. This OPEX is not a major index event, but holds very large, deep in the money, single stock positions, as shown in the chart below. We show something north of 125 billion in notional call deltas expiring. Initially, we would assume that this would lead to single stocks coming for sale into and around 121 OPEX. For this reason, we've been watching for volatility into and around OPEX. I think we've already talked about that. We know that there's always volatility every month into OPEX. We expect it every single month, right? We talked about how on the 10th and 12th of January that we should expect a trade down in the market leading into OPEX. We know that typically will trade down deeply into the Thursday of OPEX and then spike crazy high on that Thursday. We've talked about that on this channel every day ad nauseum for 2 weeks, right? 3 weeks, I think we've talked about it. But this time, I guess, we have, like, this time is different. You have a large call position, an unusually high call position expiring this OPEX. They also go on to note that they'll provide a full analysis today, but given the volatility, we're flagging this for you all day. All right, whatever. Anyways, so what does that mean? I don't know what that means, but maybe it means that we have a more amplified sell down than we normally do at this month's OPEX because of the 125 billion rolling off. We talked earlier this week about where the call wall is, right? The absolute gamma on calls are. We talked about, do we think it's going up to 500? No. Do we think it's going up to 480? Remember this conversation? Do we think it's going up to 480? Possible. If you think it's possible we're going to 480, we won't actually trade there, right? We'll probably trade around 478, 475, and then lower, right? We also talked about if we're only going to trade to 475 or 480, or excuse me, 478, 475, 470, then you need the expansion on the downward side so you can get a better trading range, right? So you have a trading range, you're at 500, then your expectation at 500, then your expectation's lowered to 480, then your expectation's lowered, now, or you know that your real trading range is like 475, 478. So then you'll see the bulls start buying calls that are in the money instead of buying 480s and 500s. Like, if we're only going to 475, I'm going to buy 470s. And so now you've got this concentration at 470, right? You've got this huge call gamma rolling off into the 21st, and it'll be replaced with, instead of an expectation of 500, being left with an expectation of 470, right? And then you've got savvy put buyers coming in and call sellers coming in, and they're saying, well, I'm going to sell a shit ton of calls above 470, right? Probably 475, 480s. You're going to find a bunch of put buyers for below, and instead of that range being 500 to 460, let's say, you'll start to see it move down from 500 to 460 to 480 and 450 or 440, and hopefully you get it down to, let's say, 460, right, would be the next level. You say, ooh, I don't know if we're going above 470 now, so I'll buy some 465 calls. I'll buy some 460 calls. Your wall then becomes 470, and you've got more put buyers stepping in, trying to buy the 440s, 430s, 420s. You start to see that trading range start to trend down until bulls say to themselves, let's say now you're trading down at 400 and 440. Let's say at 400 and 440, right? And your trading range, your implied trading range, right? You're down here at this 440 and 400, and you're looking for a moment where bulls say, ooh, you know what? This looks cheap again. We're at 400. Our top is 440, but I'm going to buy some 450 and 470 and 480 calls. And that starts to raise that trading range up. And until you see that, you're not going to see that our trading range hover higher. You're going to see it slowly come down until we hit a bottom of bulls saying things are cheap again. So from my perspective, I've got my eyes on all this not dog shit, but all these trades that took place from March 2020. You're looking at SQs, you're looking at PayPals, you're looking at, I got a list of them, right? I can list them off to you. I'm sure all of you know about these stocks. Got the Pitons, the DKNGs, the Rivians, the Fubos, the Datadogs, the Affirms, LSIDs, Shopify, Roblox, SE, Snap, Now, Bill. I mean, you guys know them, right? Net. You guys know all these stocks. I don't have to list them off to you. Even Hood. Even surprisingly, Hood is one of those stocks where I want to see it at 1360. I want to see SQ trade down to its bottom number. So I'm looking for those. So what am I looking for the market to sell down to the point where as a bull I can say, I'm buying this. And I'm looking for those stocks to trade down to either their trend line, their base trend line to where it meets up today, or I'm looking for capitulation down to below or to tap where the 2020 March trade was, because that's where the banks got in these trades. I'm looking for the indexes to slowly sell down, right? We want to see the indexes come down to match up to the other stocks that have been sold down already. And then as a last part, I'm looking for all the cyclical stocks, all the stocks that everybody hides in to be shorted, right? Actively. And we're seeing those today to March 18th. And so you're looking for all these parts to start to match up so that we can take a position, or an actual long position. Now, with all that being said, that doesn't mean that if you're a bull that you say, oh, I don't buy anything. It means that you have to know where the trading range is, the implied range, where the call and put walls are. You buy those bottoms and trade them up. You sell the rips and trade it down. And you trade this entire zone down until we find a place where bulls and banks say, okay, we're ready to put some dry powder into the market. Even myself, I don't own any stock out there. When I sold all my stock positions were sold by September. I even mentioned and commented that Apple would probably go to all-time crazy new highs, 190, way back in September on video. And of course it did. But I guess the question is, do we sell straight down from now into March 18th? And you can't just trade. I don't trade that. I don't trade. I prefer to trade, sell the rip, and buy the dip all the way down into the end. And if we have any crazy capitulation moves, usually the best trades are on the call side because the puts are 1-for-1 generally. They do print sometimes 500%, 1,000, 3,000%, but they tend not to print like a call prints. So I still hang on the call side of things. I'm still a bull in this market. And the only thing that I haven't done yet that I'm kind of pissed off at is I haven't bought my market hedge. I meant to buy it. We didn't get as high. We got real close, and I might be missing my chance now to buy my market hedge. I should have bought it yesterday at 472. I was hoping that we would trade up to like 475, 478, so I could grab that hedge. But I'm expecting at this point, I'm going to look for one more rip in the market. If we can get one more rip in the market, I'll put that hedge on. The hedge includes like a strike. It's a putback spread. It's when you're selling two puts, and then you're inside the money, and then you're buying a way outside the money put. And I'm buying them at 406, I think, 350, something like 250 and 150. And I'll roll those every 3 months for the next year. Now that deals with the bear side of things, the market doom bears, and then I'll just trade the market up and down as we head down into end of March. And then I'm looking for that defined bottom that I expect for the market to take longs into the end of the year. So that's where we are today. All we're going to be doing today is watching for market hedges being put on, where they're being put on, and then we're going to take a position into Tuesday. POD has calls coming in. April 14th, 50C, $14.2 million. Woo. POD. Please like and subscribe these videos. I make these videos every day. We live stream this all day long usually. If I can. I can't every single day, but I do try to be on here with you guys and trade on here live with you each day. This is interesting. POD. Oh no, PDD. I got that wrong. PDD. I'm old. I can't see shit. PDD. So it's Pin Duo Inc. American Depository Shares. Oof. PDD. $14.2 million call. 50C for April 14th. And they're selling off currently too. Ooh, interesting trade. So Pinduo was a trade that started on March 18th, 2020. Shocker. It was at $36.23. It traded all the way up to $212. Traded all the way up to $212 on February 10th of 2021. I bet in December the CNBC said this is the future, PDD, and then began to sell it down for an entire year. So it did just bounce at 47.28, and it bounced on January, looks like January 5th or something. It bounced. Let me see here. And it bounced here on, January 5th at 47.11. It's selling down today currently, but that's a pretty large call position. 15 million in calls. Looks like somebody wants to save it from the typical sell down. I don't know why. Maybe somebody knows why. Let's look at these calls and why they placed this bet. I'm assuming this is a cheap way to buy shares, that this trade is not really intended to make money. It's more to buy cheap shares. So PDD, April 14th. The calls weren't cheap either. They were $14.20 for 10,000 shares. I'm assuming that this is going to be, they're going to let these, they're going to execute these when it comes time. So they're buying them at the 50 strike. So they're able to buy a stock for cheap if it goes up. Yep, 10,000 calls. They're at $13.60 is the ask right now. What do they buy these for? I like this trade too. They bought them for $14.20. 14 million, 14.2 million. So PDD. We'll track this one. I'm interested in this trade. I'm going to set an alert on this one. Wonder if there's some news on PDD. Maybe this is a buyback for the company. Let's see what you guys are texting right here. I missed a bunch of what you guys are saying. Okay, so Munger and Dalio are in. Someone knows something with Chinese government. Hold me, scroll back up. Missing everything you guys are texting. Let me start at the top here. I have 449 expiring today. What that likely means? Do we just reverse? Or are we still selling RIP? Tesla catching a bid. I'll bring up Tesla for you guys. Unsubscribe. Bring up Tesla. No, I think it's more, you figure they have to burn all the calls down, right? And then they have to burn all the puts. They're not going to, or that sometimes they'll keep printing puts on a Friday. But typically what they'll do is they'll burn both sides of the market. They'll print the spreads into the close, and we're done for the week. Other than that, it becomes panic from retail traders that are need to make money or something. So we'll bring up Tesla for you guys. Let that load up. UVXY. I'll bring up UVXY for you. Oh, here we go. I got one of those bots. Excuse me. I gotta report a bot for child abuse. So we'll bring up. What am I doing here? Where are the comments section to kill the spot? I found one of those god dang Russian bots. I got to find out how to fight these things. I started searching for it yesterday, and I ended up going back down the rabbit hole. Somehow I'm missing that Russian bot in here. I missed him. Where's that Russian bot? I missed him. I gotta try to do it on OBS, see if I can get this Russian bot on OBS. Nope. All right, I'll keep my eyes out for Russian bots. Yep, Pin Dao Dao, Chinese. Oh, is it Chinese? If it's Chinese, then fuck that trade. I'm not down with any Chinese trades. They just pump money. My answer is hell no. Do not trade PDD if it's a Chinese bank. I'm not down with trading Chinese stocks personally. I've been burned too many times. Well, that's a good point right here, right? So someone's saying, yes, I don't see it as insider trading. Matt's making a good point. I don't know about the reason for the calls in PDD, but China has different insider trading laws. The person giving the information gets in trouble, not the people who trade profit from it. That makes sense too. That's it. I used to live in Asia. So there's this whole thing where they like to copy shit. It's looked positively upon to copy things. This falls in line with that. It also falls in line with how the markets and trade in China as well. You've got basically two. You basically have like two sessions in the Asian markets. Nice little SPY bounce. Expected to emerge from re-education. All swirly-eyed and zealous for CCP. BBIG. I'll look BBIG up for you too. You guys want to see BBIG? I haven't done these stocks at all. I haven't done BBIG in a long time. So we'll subscribe to that one real quick. DBS Bank got an upgrade. A robot and YouTube comments here. Botsky. Yeah, I my chat on YouTube, I couldn't scroll deep enough back to find him. China number one. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he's back. Is he back again? No. Yeah, I tried to scroll back to find that Chinese bot. I'm gonna have to try to find a program to fight the bots. Maybe I just got another one. I'll check Microsoft next. What's the backstory? Hopping more words to hop into foreign. If you can give me more words for your question. Well, give me the default view. Did that Russian bot just come back in here again? Son of a bitch. There he is, the little fucker. All right. What am I reporting you for today? Unwanted commercial content or spam? Nah, too easy. Pornography and sexually explicit material? Nah, not quite. Child abuse? We did that one yesterday. Hate speech or graphic violence? That's a good one. Harassment or bullying? Nah. We'll go with child abuse again. There you go. We're going to report you for child abuse. That's a nasty one. See you later. Bye-bye, Russian bots. Yeah, China's equity market is a giant pump and dump and perpetual exit scam for copy company founders. 100% agree. Yeah, the Russian bots are funny. It's tough trade in China. It's weird. You know what the problem with, well, at least in the U.S. markets, the problem for me is that, like, if you see flow come in, if you see somebody buy a $50 million in Apple calls today, Apple's going up. No matter what. You see $50 million in Apple's going down. But you see like $50 million come into K-Web on like a Friday when it's burning. My only thought right there is, God damn it. I'm like, some official in China is propping up K-Web right now just so it doesn't crash and burn. Like this is not real money. It's just like funny money to prop up K-Web right now. So you can't really trade that $50 million trade in K-Web. You just can't trade China stocks or specifically China ETFs. You can't trade them. with the thought, oh, it's you can trade China stocks. So I'm saying you can't trade some of this money that flow that comes in and say, yeah, look, I can directly correlate $50 million in this stock coming in at this moment because it's going up. You reported them too, Brad? And I've got some friends, and I got some Discord friends that trade China. They actually trade in the Hong Kong market, and they love it. They love trading it, and they love actually trading that market and then the roll into the U.S. markets. Paul's out half of his MES long at VPOC. Yeah, Tesla's running right now. You've got some minor resistance above at 1050 on Tesla. I'm looking right now. I want to see that. Did that Uber trade take off this morning? There are some Tesla calls on board right now. You've got retail traders trading it for 1055 across the board. Lots of interest at 1055 on Tesla. Looks like the day traders are trying to get us up here. They can see us going to 1050 right now. So Davey Day Trader knows all the levels. He's going to 1050. You guys gotta take, if you guys are Davey Day trading like this, you guys gotta make the calls like 1070. I thought that was like old school day trader stuff. You wait like slightly outside of the money from where you want it to be, because it's never actually going there. You just want them to print just enough. I always hear that too from from investors. They're like, well, you didn't get your print. You didn't actually hit 1070. And I'm like, we never wanted it to. We just wanted to get to 1050 because that prints 200%, right? We don't really care if it gets to 1070. We just want to make sure it gets to a distinct area. So if you're Davey Day trading this, I'll give you an exact mark here, close of it. There's a little bit of ice above here. There should be a little bit of resistance here at 1044.74. And you are looking for 1049.58 as a target. Look at BBIG. Oh yeah, baby. Hero indicator and a $3 stock. Gonna pimp out the Wall Street bettors in here. We've got 395. Currently sitting at 395. We look like we're at localized support on BBIG. 341 is the big buy on BBIG. Our price targets above are 444, 440, $5, $6. I got you, bros. Don't worry. And if you are a super duper big baller on Wall Street bets, you're going to be telling everybody that we're definitely going to 786 with a potential of 972. And if we're going to get crazy out there, right? If you want to start your own subreddit, forget 980. We're looking for $12, $15, and $20. We want 400% on BBIG. Big money's above at $20. Tick, high of day. So we'll check out Tick. Yeah, I've traded big. BBIG I traded back in the day too. When I was trading all these stocks. It was a very good ticker. I'm not going to say it. You could sell puts on BBIG right now, actually. If you sold puts right now on BBIG, you'd probably make some ching. Probably make some definite money. Some change in the pocket. Oh, wait a minute. Tick high of day. You must be talking about something else. Made bank on NEO and XPEV won't touch again. What I'm hearing is dump my week's profit into it. Yeah, actually, be honest with you. We were just looking at the BBIG chart. You could probably sell some like $2 puts, $3 puts, and make some serious money. I shouldn't say that, but it looks true. It looked true in that chart. You got Joe Harper in here. He's got a little bit of hope for SPY today. Joe Harper's diamond handed. I did sell my 470Cs for like a penny. And the fact that they executed means that the market still believes that that's going up. Because when they don't execute, they're telling you in the background, sorry, buddy, you're screwed. So I probably should have held those a little bit longer. They're now up to 4 cents. So I sold at a loss at 1 penny. I should have held them to 4 cents. Those 470p's. I should have, or the C's. I should have sold those at 13 cents. But it doesn't matter. The loss is, it's a loss. I take the L and move on. Take the L and move on. Actually, it's funny. Those 470C's went from 1 penny to 4 cents. So they went up 400% the moment I sold. The market makers are probably like, fuck him, he's gone. We can now raise the price up again. The weight is out of the market. That fucking asshole bull. Fuck that guy. Oh, Randall's still diamond handing. Oh, Kirk saying Cap just got back from my job interview at Burger King. My 475 calls for 121. For 121, can they recover? I don't know. I think so. Do I think, dude, seriously with the Russian fucking bots? What's up, motherfucker? I gotta find out how to get rid of the Russian bots. Anybody know a way to get rid of the Russian bots? Remove, put this user in timeout. Maybe it's just better to remove. I don't know. Hide this user on this channel. That might work better. This user's messages will be hidden. That might work better than reporting. You know that YouTube sucks at this. So Russian bot. Cowboy hair with a new baby. You sold yesterday for 95 cents. Yeah, I sold calls. I sold calls at the open yesterday, right at the open. Made bank. Bought puts yesterday, made bank. Well, not bank, made good money. I should have held those puts. If I had held, because I bought those puts at what, 38 cents or 56 cents or something stupid like that. And I held them to the first rip. We sold back down. I was off doing Discord shit. And then I sold out of those puts. I think we rode up a little bit more and then sold off into the close. I bought 2 racks of calls yesterday, both FDs expiring today. First set burned, second set burned, and I could have saved the second set this morning from the wins from the SPY put FDs I bought at the bell yesterday, or after the bell yesterday, but I just let those burn this morning. I'm fine with that. Clean up my trade. My trades are all cleaned up now. I've got 475 Cs that are worthless just sitting here. I can't even execute them. Not a Russian bot. Jess is saying not a Russian bot. Hello, comrade. Yeah, we're trading. Yeah, I asked Quinn about some stuff about I have a bunch of questions for Quinn. He said he would try to help me out. Yeah, you're not seeing the bots because I'm deleting them. Yeah, Zlu is saying it only says Psycha Blight or something. I asked that guy yesterday if he could say something that I could interpret, and I didn't get a response from him. Let's see what the Russian to English. See what he said. Maybe he's saying something. Oh, it translates to bitch fucking. Bitch fucking. So these are the Russians. So if you are Russian and you're still listening into this podcast from Russia right now, if you're Russian and you're listening into this podcast right now, I want you to know that yep. So if there are Russians that can understand English listening into this podcast right now from Mother Russia, from Ruski, right? Are you Ruski? If you're one of those guys out there and you're listening right now and you only speak Russian, and you're trying to spam this feed, I want you to know that I was a United States soldier. And for 12 years of all things, right? And I just had a buddy of mine tell me a story recently about how you met up with some U.S. soldiers in Syria. I was at 2 tanker units, right? U.S. and Russian soldiers met up. And I heard that there was a large fist fight. It really wasn't reported in the U.S. news, but I want you to know, if you understand English, right, that I heard we kicked your fucking teeth in. And I wish I was there to kick your teeth in. Oh, Psychoblat is a gamer meme. Sporky's like, I got all the... Sporky's like, you fucking boomer. It's a gamer meme, cocksucker. Good job, Sport K. Keep us in the loop, brother. He knew something. Yeah, he had like a yeah, Russian chicks are hot, right? Yeah, I like Russian chicks are super hot. But yeah, that was a true story. There was a big ass fight amongst a bunch of American and Russian soldiers. Russian soldiers didn't do so well. They didn't fare well in that fight. I wonder if I can find that fight and post it somewhere. I think it was talked about in a couple of newspapers. There was like 30 guys involved, like 30 against 30. Oh, hey, Robert, thanks for the tip, brother. Robert L., thank you for tipping this morning. I appreciate it. Julian, thanks for subscribing. Pro Trader, thanks for subscribing. Betty Mac, thanks for the tip. Brad, thanks for the tip. I want you to take a moment right here. If you could please support the channel. If you're a new trader, if you're a new trader or a trader that's always losing, hopefully you can come and listen to these live streams so that you're not blowing up your accounts, so that you're learning how to put on the right kind of risk, and that you're making money in your trades mostly. I'm doing these live streams every day. I think I started with 1 hour, like a half hour pre-recorded video. I used to just type this stuff out on Twitter. I guess it was started there, moved into some videos, and then it morphed into a live stream that I thought would be an hour a day, and now it's morphed into a kind of a show, right? That'll last all day long, or has been lasting all day long. It's very expensive to produce this content. I'm spending a lot of time outside of normal market hours trying to get some better stuff for you guys. We have a website coming out. I've been recording trading classes. We've got a Discord that's being launched right now. Joe Donut was in it last night. We're going to look at the website together and the Discord today together. You'll start to get all your ER stuff. You'll get your levels every day. Matter of fact, you didn't get your levels from me this morning. I didn't have the time to get to that. But you get in this live stream every day. So if you are making money, if you're becoming a better trader, if you're getting actionable market information that you're not finding in other places on social media, that's why we started this channel, was twofold. One, because most private subs are very expensive. They cost a lot of money. You typically don't get actionable information in those subs. I've been a member of those subs. I've paid for classes myself. I've spent thousands and thousands of dollars doing this stuff, and I haven't found. It's rarely that I've found great subscriptions out there. Doesn't matter if it's a class or a room, or usually the rooms people are assholes. We're not assholes around here. Sometimes, like the flow services, someone was just commenting on how difficult it is to trade against another flow service. I've paid for all of them. I know which ones are great and which ones suck. Same thing with the sub. It's a free sub. So hopefully we can provide the same or a higher level of content that most subs are providing out there. It's all free. So we ask that if you are making money from the sub, to please tip what you can. If you feel like you want to tip, if you can't, if you're poor, don't bother. Just like and subscribe and stick around so that we can continue to bring you great content as time moves forward. The sub's only been going on in this form for like 2 or 3 weeks. I think it's been growing really fast. So I really appreciate the support that you're all showing out there. I've got a list of people that have donated on PayPal and not on YouTube. There's a little donation button in the description of YouTube. I have a pinned donation button on the Twitter handle. It's at Captain's Alpha. If you're not a member of Captain's Alpha, please follow over there, and I'll let you guys in. I'm trying to keep the bots out of that Twitter handle right now. And what else do I want to say? I just want to say thanks for showing up every day. It means more than anything. Seeing all you guys here listening in every morning, it really does mean a lot to me. It blows me away. It really does. I'm probably gonna mute the channel at some point in the next few minutes because I'm gonna print off a sheet for people that I know that some people donate on PayPal and not on YouTube, so I can't see your name unless I pull that sheet down and list you guys off. So we're gonna crack a beer today, or you know what I'll do? I'm gonna do a shot of whiskey with you guys today. So I'm gonna go pour a shot of whiskey. It's 11:59. I'm gonna mute just the volume here and the video of my face, and I'll leave the screener up for Tesla and Spy, and I'll come back with we'll have a whiskey in the afternoon. It's effing Friday, right? I'll leave up the Spy for right now. Let's do a shot of whiskey. It was a great trading week. We made money. We lost some money. I made more money. I made way more money this week than I lost. Like ridiculous more money than I lost this week. So I'll keep buying these dips. But let's have a shot of whiskey today. I'm gonna print out a list of anyone that donated on PayPal this week, so I can give all of you guys a shout out for this week as well. And we'll talk about some other stuff. Do you guys want merch? I don't know if you like merch or not. Someone was saying I should have some merch. I don't like merch personally, but if you guys do, I have some funny. I was a Wall Street member for 10 years. Some of that merch I see out there on Twitter and shit, that shit sucks. No offense to anybody, but there's some way better sayings out there than people put on T-shirts and hats. And some of them you wouldn't even know unless you were a trader. So like they'd be like undercover kind of stuff. You could put it on a hat or a T-shirt, and no one would notice unless they were an actual trader. It wouldn't be vulgar, but it would be vulgar. You know, it's like vulgar but not vulgar. Or it's a slight towards bag holders or, anybody. It would be something that only a trader would know or only an investor would know. But I don't know if you guys want that stuff. I wasn't really interested in making that stuff, but let me know. If you like, hey, I would prefer to have something for my money or whatever, let me know. Yeah, I'll get I like that idea. The koozie, T-Crone. I like the koozie, brother. I like the koozie. You know, I didn't even think of that. Okay. Yeah, tell a story. Yeah, I'll tell a story about the Captain Jim logo. Yeah, we could do something about FDs. I got some funnier ones. I got a whole list. I've kept a bunch over the years. I have a bunch of notepads that I save. You know, like there's some. Yeah, I've got all the jokes about way back in the day. I've got all the Nikola jokes. I've got all the Jim Cramer jokes. Yeah, I'll check out INTC. I'll check out INTC for you, brother. No worries. So subscribe. Please support the channel if you can. It does take a lot of time for me to get this stuff out to you guys. It's going to get more streamlined over time. I believe that it will. The more that I roll this stuff out, it's going to get easier to do. But for right now, it's taking a lot of work to put this stuff out there. It costs a lot of money to produce this information. I have to write all that down someday. I have to figure out right now how much it's costing because it's expensive. But it's not something that I'm concerned about right now. All right, so INTC, right? We've got more buyers than sellers. We've got a positive hero indicator on INTC. Or excuse me. Yeah, the hero indicator is at 1140 positive. We've got buyers 493,000 to 429,000 on the sell side. Your price target today on INTC is 56.44. If you're going to diamond and brick hand that shit, you're looking for 56.92. If you're one of those crazy bulls that thinks, nope, we're crashing through these levels of resistance, the big bad boy above is 59.76. 59.76. And if you're going to get really psycho bullish today, you're like, nope, INTC is going to the moon. I'm going to tell you it's not. It's probably going to be going to like 60.53 at max. If you want to squeeze it above, which I don't ever see INTC squeeze too often, it's possible. Buy the dip on INTC is 48.96. Or if you're getting bearish on INTC and you're like, hey, I want to take a short at some point, You are going to be looking for some major resistance above here at 59.43. You're going to be looking to sell it down to 48.04. And if you're a bear out there, you should be listening to me in that same context, right? If I'm showing you the bull side, just do the reverse. UVXY, I must have missed it. Hold on here. I'll do UVXY right now for you guys. Yeah, if I miss a ticker, and I want you guys to all know that if I miss a ticker for you out there, I don't get pissed off if you just like spam me. Just be like, hey, you missed UVXY. You missed UVXY. I've been waiting for it all morning long. Let me know. The only thing that I ask for you to do is if you hit me with like 30, 40 tickers in the chat, I can't get to all of them. It's just not going to happen. We move on to other things. Oh, we got a little bounce here. Let's look at our UVXY. Have a bounce here at 1284. You have more sellers than buyers on UVXY. And you have negative flow. So lots of put buyers, right? We got lots of put buyers on UVXY. We've got more sellers of UVXY than we have buyers. If you are uber bearish and want to buy some calls, I guess my assumption is that's what you're thinking, that we're going to get uber bearish. So your price targets are $13.92, $15. Your buy the dip on UVXY right now is $10.44. And if you want to get really bearish, you guys want some bear porn, it's not that high, man. It's like, we got $14.90, $15 down here. The real buy the dip on UVXY is $10.60. Show that to you guys once more. And we are crashing through some form of support here, or selling down below. You guys can take a snapshot of this. You got more sellers than buyers on UVXY. This implies that the SPY is going up. Just as a side note, sometimes on Fridays you'll see us sell down the VIX into the close. This is implying that we are. I haven't looked at the UVXY chart or the VIX chart yet this morning to tell you if I think we're going up or down. I can look right now, though, if you want someone else's opinion. You want to backtest your ideas, or see what other people think of your ideas. Yeah. If you're going to ask me, let's see. Let's look at a bigger chart for VIX. I don't know. Let's look at an even bigger chart for the VIX. Look at the 15-minute on the VIX. Let's see if we can extrapolate anything out of the VIX. The VIX is showing a bullish, what's it called? I forget what this is called. It's like an old school charting thing. I could just make some shit up, but it's getting very bullish. I don't know that it's going to be bullish today, but I would expect by the 21st. I'm going to expect. So if you want my true feeling, you're going to see the VIX come down, base out here into next week, and you're going to see a ripper. I'll show you. What I'll do is I'll post this chart right now on Twitter. So if you're a VIX, I'm going to post it on @CaptainsAlpha, what my expectation would be on where the VIX goes. And it's very bullish, but it's not bullish today. So it's very bullish actually, though, into the 21st, which makes sense with that spot gamma note. Did you guys get this? When I was talking about spot gamma, did you guys hear all that? What I talked about on spot gamma? Let me know in the chat if you guys heard what I said about spot. I talked about spot gamma for 10 minutes. I want to make sure you guys all heard that. It was important, very important to hear, important to your market outlook. So if you heard me talk about spot gamma for like 10 minutes about the call gamma rolling off on the 21st of January, tell me if you heard it. No, VIX is not bullish in my view. I could be wrong on this, of course. Everybody has their own opinion. So I'll post this. I'm posting on at Captain's Alpha right now. That's what I think happens heading into the 21st on the VIX. Okay, so that was okay, Paul. So you need to hear this, Paul. I know you need to hear this. 100%. Okay, so we're going to talk about this before I get a shot of whiskey, before I get drunk here. Not drunk, but, get a drink. Have an afternoon lunch like the big boys do. All right, so we're going to start at the top. This is important for you to listen to this morning or this afternoon, heading into the afternoon hour. Critical that you hear this. We did not see hedging yesterday. And even in the SG note this morning that they released, they noted that we didn't get any hedging yesterday. But we actually did. We got hedging at 4 o'clock, 4:12, 4:10 p.m. $10 million or something on the SPY. The dealers didn't hedge those puts in the overnight. They did hedge them this morning. That's where that sell-off came on this morning. Now, we also saw hedging today. I'm gonna say this stuff before I read the SG note. And they talk about in the SG note today if we see hedging today, and we are. We're not seeing it, though, in speculative growth stocks in the SPY. We're seeing the hedging in areas of the market that you want to see hedging for the market to sell down hard. You're seeing it in Kroger. You're seeing it in that retail ETF that I talked about earlier. I think it was XRT or something. That's important for the bear narrative. Now, I'm looking today for more hedging on the SPY, speculative growth, those kind of stocks as we head into the 21st. But I want to make a note about what SG noted this morning, which is important and relevant. So they said the flows yesterday, this is quote, right? The flows yesterday were fairly neutral on S&P and the Qs. We saw most of the options-based pressure coming from call selling in single stocks, which makes sense, right? We know we're not going to 500. We know we're not going to 480. We more than likely know we're only going to trade up to 475, 478. We know that our trading levels are coming down in the market, right? This is similar to what the flow. This is similar to flow to what we saw earlier this month, wherein our index model didn't show heavy hedging, but there was strong call selling in tech leaders. This was sparked by concerns around interest rates, rate increases that led to sector rotation out of tech into financials. Based on this, we think a lot of the flow was driven by tech stock selling from a more macro-focused players. In other words, it was single stock selling that dragged down the indices. We never saw the S&P term structure shift back to a backward-dated state, which would indicate major hedging demand. In the last several sessions, this is where it's important. In the last several sessions, interest rate concerns eased, which led to a quick rally in many of the oversold names. However, with yesterday's Fed rate comments, the tech and meme selling resumed in similar fashion to early January. Tech selling, but little index hedging. Now that part there, right, but little index hedging, we actually did see index hedging yesterday. It was at the end of the day. They were closed. Those trades were closed this morning, but they were used as a push. We do that on the call side as well, right? We'll do that push into when cash market can't raise us up to look above. Same thing happened to yesterday's close. If you were hung around yesterday in this podcast, we watched them come in. We stuck around until 4:15. Now, with that being said, right, should that index hedging demand increase, it would likely lead to a larger spike in implied volatility and a large decline in markets. So what they're stating to you is that you want to be looking today. If you're a market participant, it is important for you today to pay attention to any hedging activity that comes in. So I talked about XRT, I think, and I talked about Kroger, and we're going to review some more of the hedges that are coming in today and where they're focused on the market. But I want to talk about the implications to the statement here. Now, should we see hedging demand increases? There'll be a large spike in implied volatility and a large decline in markets. So we're looking at the VIX. I just posted a VIX chart showing you should see some settling in the VIX and then a large spike heading into the 21st. I'm going to explain why I posted the chart like that, okay? Now, we've made several comments in regards to 121, January 21 OPEX being of significant size. Now, when they made that comment on SG and Spot Gamma, I don't remember those comments. What I do remember about those comments is when those calls came in, we knew that we could trade higher, and we did. We traded up to 478, I think, when those calls came in. We had an expansion of range in the market. So maybe that's what they're implying in that comment. But I haven't heard anything negative. And I don't read SG every day. I don't read it in the morning and in the afternoon every day. I read them sometimes, but not all the time. So maybe they had mentioned them. Whatever. We'll move on. But this OPEX is not a major index event, but holds very large, deep in the money, single stock positions. As shown in the chart below, we show something north of 125 billion in notional call deltas expiring. Initially, one would assume that this would lead to single stocks coming for sale into and around 121 OPEX. But we already know that, right? Well, generally speaking, we already know that. Every OPEX, we know we sell down. We talked about it last week, or the week before. We said, if you're not out of your calls by the 10th, expect us to trade down into the Thursday of OPEX this month, right? We've talked about that, right? When do we expect the market to sell down this month? Of course, it's on the 10th and further out, right? It's a little bit later this month, but we know it's coming. All the bulls should know that it's coming. It comes every single month, but they're making a note that because this call delta is rolling off, that it could be amplified. Okay. Now, if you have more call delta rolling off this month into OPEX than normal, you're already going to get more volatility and already get deeper selling down. If more hedging comes in on those single tickers, where those calls are. So if all these calls are on Apple, let's say, right? All those calls are on Tesla. All those calls are on your favorite tickers. And then you see hedging, massive hedging on these tickers leading into OPEX, or the expiration of that call delta into OPEX. You could see a quick move down in the indexes and those single stocks. So you're kind of like doubling up on selling the market. Now, we haven't seen those put hedges yet on those major tickers, but I don't know that we even need to see them for us to even trade down significantly. Okay, so and now then they're making that statement, right? Large decline in markets. Initially, one would assume that this would lead to single stocks coming to sale into and around 121 OPEX. For this reason, we've been watching for volatility into and around OPEX. A full analysis will be done today, but given the volatility, we're flagging this for you all day long today. Okay, so anyways, what their point is that you might see this hedging show up in Apple's, Tesla's, Misfits, whatever tickers that you see out there, Amazon, anything holding up the market. It would double amplify a larger sell down into the 21st, or maybe the 20th, let's say, excuse me. So you see this large sell down. So far, as of yet, we haven't seen that hedging come in. But to note is that we are seeing hedging coming in where all the bulls are hiding in these cyclical, in these consumer defensive stocks this morning. And I'm going to review these hedges that are coming in today when I come back from lunch here, not really lunch, but I'm going to go get a whiskey. I'm going to grab the list of people that have donated. I'll come back and we'll track these hedges that are coming in. And surprisingly, we're not seeing them on Apple yet, but we are seeing them in these places that, let's say you let the call delta roll off into OPEX. So you already have some selling happening in the market. And then you start to see another hit in other sectors of the market at the same time. And that would scare a guy like me. If I was a guy like me, I'm looking for that. I'm looking for, let's say, Kroger to sell down. I'm looking for, anything that's like John Deere, Home Depot, any of those, like I'm hiding in these financials, you're hiding in energy, let's say. And if you start to see that hedging activity coming in, you see this call delta rolling off, and already know that the bulls know that we're not trading higher than a certain number, right? The bulls are saying, well, we're not going to 480. We're not going to 500. Start to see that call that, if you have calls out here at 500 and you got puts down here at 460, and then you're saying, well, we're not going to 500, so I'm going to only buy calls to 480, right? And then I'm going to buy some puts down here to 450, And then we go, this morning it's Friday. We're trading down here at 460. I'll just buy in the money 460 calls instead of 470s now. And you got bears saying, well, I'm going to buy some 445s and 450s, right? Or 400s. You start to see our trading range, and we've been seeing it, right? We knew that we're not trading at above a 500 anymore. We know we're not trading at 478 anymore or 480. And now you got bulls saying, maybe we'll start trading at 470 on a high and 460 is the bottom. And you got bears saying, well, maybe it's 450. And you'll start to see our implied moves in the market trade down from now into March. Even if we're trading within this range, you'll see it start to move down into that March period, right? Until market participants say, ooh, you know what? SPY looks cheap, or Apple looks cheap, or Tesla looks cheap, or, whatever. Amazon looks cheap, or, ooh, SQ is trading down at $50 or whatever it is, $30 or whatever ticker it is that you like out there. And until we reach that level, we're going to continue to sell down, and our range is going to continue to move down in the market. So while that's happening, you're also going to get big movers out there. You're going to get sharks. You're going to get hedge funds, banks that know when to enter the market to amplify these moves. So if you've got a range, let's just say it's 460 now and 450, right? And let's say we're trading up at 460. They're going to know how to amplify a move higher and know how to amplify a move lower. They did that last night into today. And so as we move into the 21st, let's say you're planning your bank or your smart algo, quant-driven kind of a firm or whatever, HFT, whatever you are, and you're saying, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to set this up so we know we have all these calls rolling off, already helping us. We already know the market's going to trade down heading into OPEX. So we'll start by hedging consumer defensive stocks. We'll make those drop alongside the major indexes into OPEX. It'll panic everybody. We'll start trading everything down to let's say 460, maybe 450. And then we'll hit them with major hedging on Apple, Amazon, Tesla. And that's how you make that, of that implied range, that's how you swoop down even lower than, let's say, a 450. So let's say we're trading down to 450 into OPEX, or let's say we trade up now, we trade down into OPEX to 460. Once more, you can manipulate the market to trade down even deeper, 450, 440, somewhere in there. You guys understand all these concepts? Am I losing some of you out there with these concepts or no? You guys don't care? You guys are like, fuck it, whatever. Trade whatever's in front of me. NQ needs to defend. Okay. BA. Yeah, what's this VOR? What's VOR NGO? What does that mean? Yeah, I'll just buy the dip. That's what Eric's like. Eric's like, I'll just buy the dip. Okay, so let's look at VOR G. What does this say? NQ has 7 closes below 100 day. Yeah, so that's more than likely what's going to happen into OPEX. I want you guys to be aware of that because there are some market players trading that trade into OPEX. And if SG is reporting that, then I want you to know that you'll probably have Discords talking about it. You'll probably see it talked about on Twitter. You'll see it talked about in trading rooms, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so support on SPY. Nothing's changed on SPY. There you go in SPY. I guess the Vor NGO might be someone was one of these guys out here knows all the lingo for gamer speak. Maybe it's one of those. So there goes Spy. Yeah, big boiler room, exactly, Willie Smoke Meat. The big boiler rooms are planning that. But that still doesn't mean, oh, okay, wait a minute. Your wife's boyfriend is saying BA like 10 times. Now 20 times. BA, 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 BA. Okay, so Boeing, Boeing, Boeing. We'll do Boeing next. So BA is coming up right now. Am I getting this BA or no? Is it happening or what? Okay. We already did BA. We're trying on Boeing here. Big rip through support or resistance here, back here at 222. Ricocheting off 223.92. More buyers than sellers on BA. You're holding, what are you holding? 222, 223 Cs? Quad witching and OPEX OPEX is a part of quad witching. Quad witching is not a part of OPEX. Or I don't know, I guess it's a part of it. OPEX is a part of quad witching. And there's the 3 witches. There's other witches too. It's not just quad. I don't know what to say to you, your wife's boyfriend. Looks like you're at some serious resistance here. If I was a bear, I'd be taking the short position here. You do have slightly more buyers than sellers. There has been a lot of call flow into airlines. Even this morning there is. If I had an expectation on BA, maybe it is bank longs that are trying to get. This might be a nice write-up for you, your wife's boyfriend. If banks haven't seen the print that they're looking for on BA, maybe they'll try to trade it up to 250. This might be a nice trade still. Not bearish on BA right now. You ever notice when they kill a market, they try to pump up some stocks so they don't come down any farther? They might be doing that here on BA, brother. XRT is trash on all time frames. XRT has, I don't know, $1 million put on it right now in the money. And it's never come down since 2019. XRT needs to be shorted into the ground, in my view. Yeah, I'll check PayPal for you. Mother-in-law witches are the worst. I like the idea of BA trading up. I like the idea of banks getting out of their longs in BA before the market sells. I'm still bullish here. I would take your money and run if it was me, your wife's boyfriend, but at the same time, I can see the logic behind thinking that BA goes up. I can see it because unless we sell the market and they haven't done it at that point, but you know that they're greedy, the banks are greedy. Yep. Simultaneously. So SQ and PayPal, we'll do those next. Are you shitting me? trading rooms are still telling members to buy the fucking dip on DKNG. God damn. Fucking trading rooms, man. I saw, I'm not going to name a name, but one of the famous YouTubers, man, I saw one of his videos pop up in my feed. I didn't even watch the whole thing. I couldn't bring myself to watch it. And it was talking about buying the dip on some of these fucking stocks. And I'm like, what are you telling people? They're like, you got to put risk on now. And I'm like, no, not in these stocks yet. I don't know why he was saying that to people. Like you day trade and stuff, that's one thing. But this guy was telling you to like invest. And I was like, I don't know. Got some nice support down here on SQ. Localized intraday support, 130. I likey. More sellers, though, than buyers on SQ. And we're going to talk about SQ real quick, okay, because we talked about it yesterday. So if you're a bull, and the implication is that every year we trade down, right? At some point. If it ain't happening in January and February, it's happening in July, right? Where is bottom for SQ? And we're getting pretty damn close to it. It's pretty damn close. Start to look below down here. You gotta get $100 here, $90 back here, $120. One, two. Let me look and see where I've got a buy set up for the SQ. So SQ, my buy is, you ready for it? 84.69. That's where I want to buy SQ. Between now and March. I'll show you where I want to buy SQ. So $90. Call it right now. Mark that on your chart. 91, 55, and $100. That's my buy zone right here. We are at some pretty significant support right now. When you can't deny that this is not significant support here. I'm not going to deny that it's significant support. At $130. It's fallen substantially. It just touched $130, but all I'm looking for is capitulation. I want like that last diamond-handed SQ bull to sell his soul and give me his shares dirt cheap. That's how bad I am. You guys, I'm a bull, but I'm a cheap ass bull. Yeah, dollar cost averaging is stupid. In my view, it is. Yeah, I'll post the settings for there's an accumulation dispersion phase, right? We all know that you got to look for when the banks got into stocks. These banks want to take profit. And not only do they want to take profit, this is where it gets tricky. So the banks want to take profit. Retail doesn't move stocks. And we influence it to an extent. And we influence the news and all that kind of stuff out there. But the banks influence these stocks moving, okay? And they push them up, then retail gets involved, yada, whatever, right? And we see the stock go up. Then the banks want to take profit in these trades, and then You have to figure they want to be in at a better price than you are. They always want to be ahead of you. So they're going to so let's say they take their profit. They're going to then reassess this company and say, okay, is SQ going anywhere after this trade is done? Is Piton going anywhere after this trade is done? If they think, no, Pitons really should be like a $10, $30 stock or whatever, okay. Now if they think, well, Square, though, is going to be wrapped up in people's lives, then they're going to say, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to ultra short this thing down for capitulation, make everybody feel as though it's going to crash, never come back. We're going to release all these news stories that SQ and Block sucks. It's never coming back. We have some dirt underneath the rug that we haven't told anybody about. So release some bad press on SQ. We'll dump it down real fast. It might take 1 week, might take 3 days, might take a month, might take a day. And they drop it as deep as they possibly can. So let's say they don't rebuy Piton when it falls, but they do rebuy SQ or some other ticker. It doesn't matter what it is. And then they're in at some dirt cheap price. And you've sold now, you've capitulated, you've listened to all the bad news. All of a sudden, SQ swoops back up. And let's say you capitulated at $130 and it's down at $90, let's say, right? But it moves from 90 to 150 before you even have a chance. It's like swoop down, swoop back up. It's back on its original trading trend line from 2 years ago. Not the one that's, straight to the moon, but the trend line that it had before 2020. But you're out, right? You're screwed now. And so that's what some of the dollar cost average traders are saying. That's what some of the pumpers are saying. But in reality, what happens to an investor and a trader? The reality is they buy here at 130, we sell it down, and they capitulate, lose all their money, and they buy back at 150. So you have like what the pumpers are telling you to do. And we have the reality is for most people is that they do the opposite of what they should do. So do I think that you buy here at 130? No, I think that you wait for 90 or $100 and you buy there. You'll feel better about yourself. You'll sleep better at nighttime. I'll do PayPal next after SQ. And then, if at $90, like SQ as an example, if I buy it at $90, I'll sell puts all day long. All day long, I'll sell puts. I'll sell puts for the next year. And I don't think all tickers are coming back from that 2020 trade either. I just think that I've got a list of stocks that I think are coming back, have the potential to come back, even if they're not always profitable. Some of these, like, do I think Roblox is not coming back? I think you're fucking smoking crack if you think Roblox is not coming back. Smoking fucking crack. So I read an article this morning. They were like, well, Roblox doesn't turn a profit. And I'm like, you're smoking crack if you think Roblox is coming back. That's like saying, I don't know. It's like saying, I guess, we did see AOL go bankrupt, right? We saw pets.com or PetSmart or whatever. Pets.com go bankrupt. But do I think Roblox is going bankrupt? No fucking way. You got to put risk on in this market at some point, and I'm putting the risk on in Roblox. Somewhere you have to put risk on, unless you're buying Clorox bleach. If you're buying Clorox bleach, you're in the wrong fucking. You're in the wrong fucking. I don't know, live stream. Right? Because you have to put some risk on somewhere. Unless you're trading Clorox bleach and, I don't know, Arm & Hammer fucking baking soda or some shit. I think Roblox is a better bet than Piton. You guys think Piton's a better stock than Roblox? I doubt that. Shit, to some extent, I think Roblox is a better ticker for the metaverse than Facebook. I think Facebook reminds me more of AOL when it comes to their dealings in where the metaverse is going to be versus, if you're looking back, you had to look back at AOL and you're like, is this the future of the internet? Fuck no. Google was the future of internet back then. Even I remember that. Google was blowing away AOL. And how that happened was the web browser. It was the simplicity of Google, basically. The cleanness of it, the speed of it. So when I look at Roblox and their openness, right, the openness of Roblox, and there's some others. There's a couple of the tickers that, and their user base. You got billions of people using Roblox. Billions. Same thing's going on with PayPal. Great support here. Should make a bull feel comfortable. Do I think you can day trade this? Probably. Probably day trade this up to 195, 192. Buy the dip is at 170. Buy the dip is from right where we are to 174. Your real buy the dip is at 170. And then if you guys want to see where I think it's going, I don't think it happens today though. I'm bullish. I don't mind buying dips right now still, but I do think that we have a fair chance of trading down deeply. Where's that number? 150. Or right now it's saying it's at 170, but maybe this might be the dip this might be the deepest PayPal goes. I could see that. I'll give the benefit of the doubt on PayPal over Square as this being the dip. And that's not a bad, it's not a bad, I think I think PayPal's a shit company, but I think they make more money and they have their fingers in everything more than Square does. So yeah, let's call PayPal 170. I want to buy PayPal at 170. Maybe dollar cost average like the pumpers say down here to 165, 160, and 150. But generally, PayPal is probably closer to a bottom than Square is. You guys want to see it on a more granular level? You guys want to see above what you're looking for on Square? I'll show you that too. Here you go. $192. That's your price target. This looks like a pretty big wall here. 192 to 200. This looks like, bulls don't believe we're going higher than this. This makes sense too. I like PayPal as a company. I want to own PayPal. Didn't I just do PayPal? Yeah, your puts should be getting... someone's making a note that outside the money puts are getting wrecked right now. That's a sign. I think we still go up again. I think AOL was the future in the 90s. I remember AOL being... It was like the late to mid 90s. It was like 92 to 96 or something. You're welcome on BA. I'll go back to SPY here, right? I'm back on SPY right now. This is all grinding that's taking place right now. Do you want me to look at CVNA for you? Yeah, I like SQ. I just don't like it like I like PayPal. I'll do Penn. Yeah, all you guys have a great week. Hey, Brad, good to see you, brother. So Wilson Chan is asking, is there a SPY trade today? Do you guys want a trade right now? I can give you a trade. Wait a minute. You guys want to know what the SPY trade is today? I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you exactly what it is. You're going to hope and pray that SPY trades up to like 465 today into the bell. And you're going to buy some put spreads for OPEX. That's the trade today on SPY. You want to know what the trade is on SPY? That's what it is. You have to wait for it. So more Uber calls coming in. Been talking about Uber all morning long. Uber. February 18th, 47.5. Next thing, DKNG. Massive puts coming in on DKNG. Massive, massive puts. March 18th, 22.5 puts, right? $1.3 million. Huge trade against DKNG. Uber all day long, calls all day long. INTC had calls all day long. INTC 414 60C. That's a trade to take. INTC 60C 414. $1.3 million. I think we called that one earlier. Next trade for today. I'll say it again. DKNG. March 18th, 22.5p. We'll bring up Uber next and see where it's sitting. And yeah, you're looking to re-hedge a position on SPY again today into the close for OPEX next week. If you are going to hedge into OPEX next week, I would take the Friday or Monday, which would be the 21st or 24th on puts. And that is so just in case we trade higher on that Thursday, you don't get wrecked in your puts. There's a fair chance that the Thursday of this week's, let's say we're burning down to the pits of hell this week on the SPY, there is still a chance that we will swing higher at some point. So if you're uber bearish, you're going to be looking to take a position today, expiring next week at some point on Friday or Monday after, or this upcoming next Friday or the Monday after. Yeah, there's crazy puts or crazy calls coming in an Uber right now. And I like that trade. Even though we're crashing down here in this support area, even though we have more puts than calls, if you can find a position on Uber at like $40 and buy 47.5C, regardless of where it's trading right now, there is massive call flow coming in. Probably an insider knows something. I don't know what they know about Uber, but there's a lot of money flowing to Uber right now. A whole lot of money flowing to Uber right now. If you look at a traditional chart, I guess you're waiting for Uber to hit, I don't know, $28, $34 or something. We can look below and see if there's even more buyers down at the $30 or $40 level. There's $39 right there. There's $38 right there. Maybe if you're uber bearish, you're thinking that we're going to trade down on Uber to $33. So we'll look at that level. 37, there's a lot of support there. $36. I guess if you're a bull and you want to be super duper safe. $35 has major support. Let's look at 33 and see. So $34, right? This is the place where some of the bears think it's going, I'm assuming. Bears think it's going down to 33 or 34, 32. So $34 if you want to be super duper safe. But there is massive, massive call flow coming in on Uber. Just heads up on that. And right here, $32. And you can see in the chart, if you look right here, you can see how this green wave stacks up. So you've got a little bit of buyers here to $32. From 33 to 32, then you get 32 to 32 right here, and you get 22,500. So this is your buy the F and dip on Uber. But there are massive call flow coming in on Uber right now. I don't know why. Uber ERs on February 9th. Oh, here we go. I got one of these guys. I got the Russians. We find this other Russian. I'm going to find out how to get rid of Russian bots. Russian bots on YouTube chat. Betcha it costs money, right? We're gonna get rid of Russian bots. Russian web brigades. Russian bots are state-sponsored, anonymous internet political commentators and trolls. Ooh. So I'm going to have to look up on how to get rid of them. Anyways, if you're a Russian propagandist out there, lick my balls. Lick them. Lick my balls. All right. Lick my balls. Okay, so we're on Uber. Crashing down through. Got more sellers than buyers. Got negative hero indicator on Uber. Got lots of calls coming in. Lots of dip buyers on Uber. If you look on a traditional chart, it's a pretty bullish chart setup. But we are at the top of the channel, trading down right now. I'm assuming that bears are thinking that we're going to trade down for another bounce down below over here, down at the $32 level. I do want you to also realize, though, that the reason all these calls are coming in is because it is sitting on a pretty major support level here. We bounced here on September 8th. We bounced just slightly below, traded just slightly below, but recovered here on November 30th. So if you're wondering why we're bouncing here and why we probably won't trade down to $32, it's because bulls are betting that we're going up here. This will be the third bounce. Task manager, Discord, end task. Get out of it, Discord. Discords are freaking out right now. Okay, so there's Uber. Ligma balls. Ligma. Trading the Qualcomm 190p 1 quarter has been working well today. Yeah, the Qualcomm puts were coming in like crazy. Look at Hutch. Hutch is like I hate you day traders. Hates day traders. RWM is dumping again. Heavy puts on DKNG. Heads up out there. If you are a DKNG bull, that we're looking for hedge flow today. And we're seeing some SPY puts coming in right now. A little bit of SPY calls, but mostly SPY puts. I saw some talking briefly on a Discord that I'm in. I've seen some Oxy calls, OXY calls. Energy trade's still on. So if you want to be long something, be long energy. XLE, Oxy. There's a bunch of easy tickers you can look up to trade cash market. DKNG, we'll look that one up. That is 318.22.5p. Almost $2 million. And they were on my charts from this morning. I was looking at DKNG as well. They're on my list. Do you guys want to know what I want to buy DKNG at? My list for DKNG, my buy zone for DKNG is $13.98 and $10.79. That's where I want to buy DKNG. So we're bouncing off DKNG right now at 2264. This looks like it's due to hedging. To be expected. More minor support down below here at $22. I bet you some of the bulls really hate me on DKNG. So we're crashing down right now in DKNG. You've got 2207. And then you've got $20. But my buy zone is way down below, way down here. Got another support level at $18. Let's see if we ever get back down to 13 because I might be wrong in this too. It looks like $15, so I'm calling it at $13.98. So I'm gonna raise mine up to $15, and I want to see us bounce at 15. Yeah. So mark that on your chart. $15. There's a little bit of want, and I have that second. My second one's at $10.79, but it probably is at 12. So I'll raise my bottom buy zone $12. I do want to talk to you guys out there briefly. I'm going to go get a whiskey now. I'm going to take a break. Now, what I want to talk to you about is when we do these tickers, you should just be setting charts for yourself. If you have anywhere from 100 to 300 tickers, you can pay for ticker alerts, right? You guys should never be chasing stocks out there. Let's say, like right now, we just did Hood the other day. We just did Donkey Kong, right? What you do is you just set alerts at bottom for all these stocks. Let's say you have a rolling average of stocks. Let's say you have 100 stocks. Let's say then you build up to 200 or 300 stocks. What you do is instead of falling in love with a company, you'll have an email alert or a text alert that comes to you, and you'll get an alert, and it says, hey, guess what? Ticker XYZ just hit your buy zone. And that makes you know that you're not chasing stocks. You don't care about charting them anymore. And you just find out, well, why is Donkey Kong down at, why is Donkey Kong down at $15? You can check all the news that's out on it. If the news is just bullshit, if it's just where it's trading down to because of where it should be trading at, you can enter that trade, right? If you feel confident, then you've now disregarded dollar cost averaging. Let's say DKNG ends up trading up to $50 and you missed that stock. Well, it doesn't matter because you've got 300 others that you could have bought into. And now you have made successful trades more times than not, right? It's because for every DKNG that you're buying that sells down, you're missing one that you could have bought at a bottom. So I want you guys to understand how we do this, I guess, or how we do it here. Yeah, I have the list. My list has been growing and changing, and most of this list is what we've been discussing on this channel. We could do it. I'm skiing tomorrow and Sunday. I tried to do something on this past Sunday, but couldn't get to it. It's coming. I know I've said it's coming. It doesn't really matter right now that it hasn't come, though, because this list is dependent upon these actions taking place, which it looks like they're happening. Okay, so DKNG, we're going to get rid of this one. I'm going to go get a whiskey. You guys get yourselves a bear or a water. Roll up a doobie if you are legally able to smoke weed. Grab a line of cocaine if you're in Colombia. If you're in Amsterdam, grab some Molly, some ecstasy. If you're in Southeast Asia, grab an opium pipe. If you're in Utah, grab a National Geographic with some naked chicks in it. If you're in California, grab me a kale sandwich or something. I used to live in Cali. If you're in Texas, grab some brisket. If you're in the South, grab some oysters on the half. If you're in New England, get a shitty attitude together so you can tell me I suck, but that you love me in that weird way. If you're in the Midwest, just be quiet and sit down and listen. If you're in Alaska, put your bear suit on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some bourbon. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave the feed up for you on Spy. Oh, that sucks. You can't illegally smoke weed. I'll be right back. 15 minutes. Right on, Robert. Grab a beer. If you're in Dubai, I don't know what to say to you. I've got some friends that spend a lot of time in Dubai. Hopefully, you can find some beautiful women and some great food and find some friends to hang out with. I used to have some great meals with some Saudis. I used to go and eat dinner with Saudis. It was amazing. Talk about like you never leave. It's like I used to eat with Russians too. And the Russians, you sit around. You sit with a Russian family. They make these big, huge spreads. Saudis do the same thing. Big, huge spreads. Use your fingers. Eat all these great foods. So if you're from Saudi Arabia right now, grab some food. Make some tea. Grab a banana. If you're from Canada, just be nice to everybody still, please. Sri Lanka, baby. Woo! Sri Lanka. Put your triple fat goose on. Put on a thick puffy jacket of some kind. And I'll be right back. What do I got for Jersey? What is that ham sandwich called? I forget the ham sandwiches that I used to eat in Jersey from the deli. If you're from Jersey, grab some what's that green grab a shot of Jägermeister if you're from Jersey. Yeah, I've had some great meals. I had some really close friends. Sweden, pump some techno and some tech house. Grab some mall. You guys, Sweden's got it all, right? Sweden's got all the drugs. They got all the good drugs. Pork roll, baby. If you're from Iceland, grab a puffin. If you're a Florida man, rip your shirt off, grab your American flag, don't cut your hair. Well, if you're from the UK, you're already shit-faced, so I don't know what to say to you. You guys are just shit-faced 24 hours a day. Cleveland, shit. Grab your chili and pasta and Chivas, baby. Chivas. Canada's just freezing their asses off. Too funny. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, boys and girls. Hold on. Freezing my balls off. Take to put the heat on. I turned my heat off this morning. Just want to step in real quick briefly and say that we're seeing some more flow coming in right now. Watching lots of SPY puts come in, 460p expiring today. PayPal puts, that small puts position, it's only 40K, but it is for today, 175. Parts of the market look like they're selling off. They're curling over right now. It's odd. I'm seeing some calls on IWM, January 14th, 212C, but lots of puts across the board. AMC, Tesla, SPY, LCID, LCID, right? HYG call are puts. Seeing puts on PD. And oddly enough, there are more airlines calls coming in at this time. Airlines have been looking like they're teetering on the edge. I'm looking at Hawaiian Airlines right now. I've been liking this trade for a little while. And I can't tell if airlines are bullish or bearish here. Let me know in the chat what you think about airlines if these go up. The market's looking like it's kind of on an edge, a knife's edge right now. I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm gonna load up Sono for Winky Face. We'll keep on the SPY until we see what happens. All the flow that I'm seeing coming in on SPY is day trader shit. They just bought a bunch of 460p's. They expire today. Maybe you've got some bulls that'll capitulate into the close. I'm assuming that's the hope from day traders, is that they think that bulls will lose all hope into Friday close. I can't tell you if that's going to happen or not. Because I am seeing some airline calls coming in, which is kind of bizarre in the midst of all these SPY puts. If you want to see what the target levels are for SPY, if we break through right here. I know someone was asking for a SPY trade earlier. Your price target, if you're bearish, is 456.31. You have a little bit of resistance above at 457.95. And you see this white line here is turning into a yellow line. It's showing that some bulls are stepping up to buy that dip. So we'll get it closer here. We know where our levels are. We're going to get in on, I want you to pay attention to the red line, if they're orange or red, the thickness of the lines in the buy and sell side here where we are. And give me a minute on Sono. I'm going to chart it out real quick. take note that currently SPY has a lot of dip buyers stepping in at the moment. Hair indicator is still positive right now. And you'll also note that if you look at underlying stocks, they are in a bullish wedge across the board. Price targets below. We look like so we get some more firming up happening down here. We've got some ice at 458.89. Real price targets, though, is probably 450. Let's take a look. Got a little bit of ice at 458.79. A little bit more ice at 458.03. Looks like some buyers are stepping up here or disappearing. 456.24. If you're bearish right now, that's what I would take the 456Ps. Or you just stay in the I shouldn't say that. If you're going to do zero dates, then stay at the 460, as that's where you'll find the most interest without the market makers taking the value. If you take them down at 456 and it grinds, they'll just burn them out. It is firming up down here as well. Also note that there are lots of Apple puts coming in right now, some Tesla puts as well. So if they can't break SPY, if they break Apple, that will do the job as well. And Apple's sitting on a cliff right now. If anyone's not paying attention to it, it's just kind of sitting out there in the middle of nowhere. It is at a pretty firm support right now where it's sitting. But if that support were to break, it would be hell or high water for the market. Okay, let's look at Sono real quick. Price target is $29. There is some calls out there for $29. They have an ER coming up. The one real issue is that you have put structure on February 18th at 25p. And that's why we're looking for $25 down here. You have more interest in the put side of Sono than you do on the call side. Now, Sono can be, one good thing about Sono is that it can be moved around. It can easily be manhandled. You did have a bounce down here at support. I don't dislike the idea of trading up to $29. The safe trade though would be to see these puts print at some point down here at 25 and then buy the rip to 29. The expiration on those puts is February 18th, right? They're already in the money at $1.12. The implication would be that we trade up to $29 leading into ER, and that no matter what, some people are going to take profit at some point. So let's say you see Sonos trade up $29 and then trade down to $25 after ER. So this is similar to the Citigroup trade, right, from yesterday. No matter where we trade up, eventually those puts are going to print. So the safest trade is probably the $25 trade for February 18th. You'll probably get them for March too, rather than just February. Buy them for March. You just do a put spread to $25, and they'd probably end up printing at some point. Chart on Sonos. You want to know where I think it's going to be? I was looking at it earlier, just a few minutes ago. Where is the Sono chart? I mean, the trade on Sono is probably down at the $20 mark, right? You probably know that. So we'll look lower. Let's see where the banks are at least. Let's look at it from the perspective of if the market sold. Where do the banks want to buy it? So it does look like psychologically $20 would be $20 is going to be a psychological place for Sono. I'm assuming that those puts are relying upon Sono trading down to $20 into February. I don't know if it'll get there then. The safer short trade would be $25 in March. And see if we can trade it down, have a nice reaction down here at $20. That's still a big move for Sono. I realize that that's not really, that's asking a lot. We are in ER season. It's a little bit of an overlooked stock. It's not like a ton of people are trading it. You have more sellers currently than you do have buyers. This is an easily manipulated stock. I would look for a dip into next week and see if you can buy that dip at 25. The moment those puts are printed, it looks like they were almost printed a couple days ago. So you have some bullishness to that aspect of it. But they're not going to want to print that anymore. That was a tough one to call for you. I will tell you this, if you're long in it right now, you know where to sell, right? selling at 28 bucks. If you're in stocks, you want to be able to sell at 29 bucks, in the after hours, pre-market or whatever. And look for this to get out if you're already long. If you're looking to take a long, I would wait for it to hit $25 before ER. If it doesn't hit $25 before ER and you want to take a long, I'd wait until we trade down to 20 bucks if we have a market sell-off. Let's look quickly at Apple and see if this will tell us anything about where we are in the market. Yeah, it's the same kind of thing, right? You guys need to be aware of this. I want you guys to pay attention to Apple right now. You've got light sellers above here at 200, right? You got 180 to 185 is where the real sellers are, and they're really firming up, right? You got light support down here at 170, light support down here at 150. One thing you need to be concerned about is it's like musical chairs, right? As the tightening takes place, as earnings season's getting closer and wrapping up, even if you see a quick short squeeze, are you in stock or options? Because if you're in options, you're not going to get paid. It'll be an excuse for banks to sell out of their positions, right? Any good ER right now is a good reason for a bank to sell down their position. So as the wall is tightening down on Apple here, now I know there's this, I sometimes I trade contrarian saying, I take the opposite side of the trade. But as the runway goes away, right, as we're eating up runway heading into March, as we're eating up the runway and the tapering, as we're eating up the runway and some rates to be announced at some point, you know that we've got FOMC that's going to be a volatility event. You know that OPEX is going to be a volatility event. You know we've got calls rolling off on the 21st. That's not to say that these don't create conditions for huge short squeezes, but do you get caught in this is the real question. And that goes for bears to an extent as well. If you're not exacting and you're selling the rip, like even as a bear, you might want to be waiting. You might miss a trade down, but you might want to be waiting for any day that we spike up to be going short. It's like the itch to go short right now. It may or may not sell off. If you wanted to guarantee it's going to sell off, it's going to be any time that we squeeze between now and March. Because I think those plays are still here too. So I think you're looking for every time we rip, that's the short. Anywhere in the middle here is dangerous as a trader, as an investor, and even as a bear. So I don't know what to say to you on Apple either, but this wall has come down. And we do have to understand that and respect that. And as this wall comes down farther and farther, it sets up the squeeze, but it also sets up at any moment, if you see a wave, just like a cascading, we talk about that, like cascade of puts and hedges coming in, we'll sell at the snap of a finger over here. That's Apple and any other stock like it. It's a pretty good bellwether stock to be looking at right now as well. Because all the bears are getting in on this. They know. There might be a contrarian trade there with the everybody knows it's going down. But it's a hard trade to make. You're looking for like the Fed to come out and say we're not tightening, we're not raising rates. All the news is stacked against the market at some point as we head into March. And I want you to be aware of that if you're a bull. That doesn't mean you have to turn full bear, but it does mean if we spike up in here at any point, you see us trade up to 180, see us trade up to 190, 185, 190, 200, anything like that. It's sell the rip. This is a perfect sell the rip setup. If there was one. If there was I'm going to only take certain trades, These are perfect setups for sell the rips as of right now, for where we stand in the market. Yeah, this is your final attempt at long on M2K. No worries. We can look at hood again. Yeah, I'm still waiting in Vesqua. Yeah, I don't think we see 13. Maybe we'll see lower than 1350. I'm looking for that 1360 as well on hood. But I'll check hood again. I checked it this morning, but I'll check ME again and I'll check hood again. But I want you to see this setup here. I want you guys to all understand this setup. This is not the bullish setup. This doesn't mean though that it can't squeeze, because it can. This is not the bull setup. This is the, we're going to eventually trade down Apple. The runway's getting shorter. And unless some seriously good news comes in, you won't see the squeeze. But if you're a bear too in this position, I guess you could just take some bear put spreads and they would probably print. But if you're looking for best positioning, you know, as a bear, positioning matters more sometimes because you're not getting the same print as you do on calls. So it's more important for where you position on these trades. And bears are not afraid right now. And bulls are actually afraid. And for a good reason. Okay, we'll look at hood, and then we'll look at ME. Is that the price didn't change on hood? I thought I looked at hood right at the open, because I'm tracking it close. There's a bunch of stocks I'm waiting for. And I'll be looking to enter a trade at some point today. I don't think I'm ready for a trade until end of day. More than likely, I won't take a trade until find out what's going on. Like, do the bears just straight up load on? Or is it just retail loading on? Or do we see hedging by end of day? I was really concerned seeing the hedging on the consumer flight stocks. Looks like we're now down to 1290 on the dip bars. We'll check it one more time. So buy dippers are down here. Instead of that 1360, they're now down to 1265. This is the line we're watching. We want to see where this line stays, where this line is, where it moves to. We want to see that big capitulation move. And we're going to buy with these guys down here, wherever these guys are. And we'll know it when it happens. That could be play of the year for some of you out there. If you guys are looking for a play of the year, it's probably watching hood. Another one was Viacom. We've been talking about that since before Christmas. Another play of the year. You could just focus on that. You could just not trade and just watch hood until it happens, and you'd make enough money to not have to worry. You could just buy the stock and just sell puts on it all year long. Yeah, still hovering around this 460. Buyers absorbing sellers. Lots of call buyers stepping in. But there does come a point there comes a point where you can't take the contrarian trade, where like everybody's loaded up on puts. And you think, I'm going to take the contrarian trade, and then all of a sudden the wall of hedges come down. And when that happens, you can get in some trouble. Have some ice down below at 451. Your ultimate buy the dip is 402. Some ice above at 568, 613, $7. You know that you're looking for a much higher number. It's $10 is your first stop. I like ME a lot, generally speaking. I like the ME trade. $15 is way out. A lot of ice in between. Looks like most sellers, though, are up here around $10. I still like that trade, even if you have to sit on it for a little bit. You know what I like? I like ME a lot better than I like buying SQ right now. I like it a lot better than a lot of the stocks I see on the YouTube pumpers telling you to buy, to be honest. Wouldn't mind sitting on ME over sitting on, I don't know. There's a whole list of them. Even Piton, where it's at right now. I'd rather take that ME trade than the Piton trade. This is a good sign. The buyers are moving up from 456. Call wall still, not wall, but intraday call wall is still kind of the same. It's come down a little bit of tightness going on in SPY right now. Little decision making time maybe coming up. I think the key is to watch to see if more hedging comes down today or not. And we're probably going to have to watch it right to 415. See what the plan is for Tuesday. Boomer stock hype. Might be time for LSID puts. FTCH golden ticket. $30. Yeah, I'm not paying attention right now to what's going on the flow at the moment. I see some, it's just general risk aversion. I do see some nice calls. T, 218, 28C. I think that's AT&T, right? I always mix these up. Like T and C, I always mix them up for some reason. I'm going to move my mic here for a minute. God damn it, I'm muted again. Thank God I'm watching you guys this time. Okay, let's talk about this one once more. Keep. Okay. So, you guys can hear me, right? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I'm getting close. I got my whiskey here with me. All right, so we had some AT&T calls come in. Can you hear me? Did you guys get my Emmy? All right, you guys. Did you guys get me? Did you guys get me when I talked about Emmy? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. This afternoon we have Markets and Mayhem joining us. We have Invesqua here as well. Rally and T equals death for everything. So you guys heard me talk about AT&T calls. So we had AT&T calls. All right, number one, I like the ME trade better than I like the SQ trade. I think you guys heard that part. Moving on, AT&T, a lot of call flow coming in right now. What I like about the AT&T trade is that it's not SQ, right? It's not speculative growth. I like this setup where the calls are for 28C, February 18th. This is the 28 number, right? 2750, 28. Your call wall on AT&T is much far. Not sorry, I'm showing you guys the wrong part of the chart. Your call wall on AT&T is actually at 30, so it's not like you're trying to get from 27 to 28. You have room to fly above here. You got a little bit of ice above at $28 and some more at $28.98. I'd be a buyer of those calls for February 18th if we can trade down to $26. So I'd snap a line at $26. If you see the market makers take the juice off those calls, maybe you'll see the buyer put some more money into them, and that would give the rocket fuel that you need to get up to that $28 mark. And you don't have to worry about $30 above. I like this trade a lot, the AT&T trade. All right, so what are we going to talk about here? So you guys can see what's going on here. Have more more sellers being consumed on the SPY edge. Sellers have moved down from above. They moved down from 464.75 to 462.60. They're looking for a reversal here. I finished my lunch. I turned my heat on. I turned my heat off last night. I was so hot. I woke up in the middle of the night so hot. When I turned my heat off, I was so pissed off, and I forgot to turn it on this morning. So I'm in the middle of this podcast, and I'm like, my house is starting to freeze. So I went and turned my heat on full blast. I got an apple, but I'm not going to eat it online with you guys because I'll sound like a horse or something. So we'll save the apple for later. So in its place, I did get some whiskey. It's 1:57. It's late enough. I can start having our liquid lunch. It is Friday. I still don't have your names. I sent my interns to get the names off PayPal donators so I could give some shout outs today, and they're still not here. Let me yell at my interns real quick. Please, thank you. My interns are my homeschooled kids. So, of course, I did the yell. I'm like, not the yell, but like the deep voice to see if my daughter heard me. I know people say they don't do that, but I do sometimes. First, I want to give a shout out to Zio Parco, Zioparco, Zioparco. Thank you for the tip today. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel. He says he's made some money off this channel. That's outstanding. Always like to hear that. Can you print out the PayPal donations, the names, so because I don't know who donated this week, and I want to thank them. Thank you, Lovey. Yeah, I'll check BA right now. a virtual intern. My intern are my children. I have 2 daughters. That we homeschool, or I homeschool, or we try to homeschool. It's not easy. Poor interns. I pay them well, though. Believe it or not, you got some of your donations I gave to my daughters. I did. I think my oldest daughter compiled the list for me last 2 weeks ago. So I think I gave her $20 or something. So thanks, Douglas. Appreciate it. It's good to be here. I want to give a toast to all you guys out there. I have the list coming right now of names that I can't see. Some of the names I can see and some of the names I can't see. So if you donated, yes, I do teach them the market. So I have 2 daughters. I want them to be financially independent. I want them to never worry in life for themselves. Not that, I don't care what they do with their lives. I don't care what they are, what they're doing. But I want them to have the ability to take care of themselves. And expect more of themselves. They both are honors students in school. They work their butts off. Like make you cry, work their butts off. They blow me away. And I think part of it has to do with that we're there. I know some people disagree with that, but when you're there for your children or you have the ability to be there for them, I know that everybody can't do that, but if you can be there for them, like a teacher cares, but does the teacher really care if your kid's learning math or learning English or reading, all those kind of things? Thank you, Invesqua. Invesco, I'll be out there to see. I'm going skiing this weekend. I hope you are too. Markets and Mayhem, hope you're out there having a good time. Markets and Mayhem, if you're still in here, if you want to get a glass of water or whiskey. Thank you, Jay Cahill. But you're able to, it's that one-on-one stuff. You guys remember in school, when you get one-on-one time from a teacher, it means the difference in the world, right? It's the difference between, are you sure you understand this concept or you don't? And if you don't, do we talk about it? Do we read it? Do we do the problems on paper? Do we live it out in real life? Getting that time is irreplaceable. And I remember that from my teachers in school too. Like I went to a Catholic private school. And yeah, I learned a lot. It was like forced into me, but I never really learned quite like I did when I had those special teachers. You get like that one teacher that spent the time teaching you something. Yeah, no one's selling Roblox for a loss. Best trader in human history. Yeah, we posted that shit all last summer, right? A bunch of us on Twitter did. These guys never lose their trades ever. And I did hear a great, I forget who it was, the guy that has I forget his name, but there's a guy on Twitter. Everybody likes him. He's a great trader. He makes great comments, great posts. He uses the dude as his profile picture. he made a point that I really liked. I think he was him. He said, let them trade whatever they want in the Senate. All politicians, let them trade whatever they want, but force them to make their trades public the same day within like an hour. And you just automate it. There's like an automated posting that goes straight to a website. And if Nancy Pelosi buys Roblox, at 10 a.m., by like 11, 12 o'clock. And it's for everybody has access to it. So it's not like any hedge funds getting it any sooner than you are, unless they make an office and tie in an internet connection closer than everybody else. They used to do that with trading with the stock market. But if you just made it public knowledge right away, then fine. I'm fine with that. Exactly. Live trade with members. Big Lebowski, man. I love that movie. You're on Schweitzer this weekend? Right on. Yeah, I'm skiing this weekend. I hope you guys are all able to get out this weekend. Spend some time with family, friends, or even alone. Just get out of the house. Yeah, the Pelosi Discord. That's the thing, man. It's like there's BA calls coming in right now. So your wife's boyfriend, here you go, brother. Just smashing through levels up here on BA. Guys are just killing it today. We're talking about BA earlier, that the bullish context of this trade is that the banks are not out of BA yet. Like, let's say they're wrapping up all their trades. They still haven't gotten paid for BA, so they want it at a set price before we sell the market. Yeah, follow them both. You guys, if you guys don't follow these guys, follow Markets and Mayhem, follow Invesco. These guys know how to trade. These guys have a whole ton of stuff going on. So here we go. We're going to do 2 toasts today. If I can ever get those other names in here, like Jake's name, we'll do another toast. But for right now, I hope you guys all have some food in front of you, water in front of you, coffee, espresso, whatever you drink, whiskey. If you're, in the Netherlands or Sweden and you got all those fine drugs. If you're in Canada, and I hope you're shit-faced. I bet all the English people are shit-faced currently. Doesn't matter what time of day it is. So here's a toast to all of you as traders. This is cheers to retail. Cheers to 2021. Cheers to a great year ahead of us, no matter where the market goes. And thank you for all of your support. 100%. Retail traders have to stick together, period. Woo! Woo! Spin up a doobie. If you got them, smoke them. Wife's boyfriend's got half a Jamo and ginger left. Cheers, amigo. Cheers, guacata. Woo! My nipples are hard. Woohoo! Cheers to all of you out there. Chindao. Here. Love all you guys. Whew. I'm drinking High West. I think it's not the double bourbon, but it's called it's whatever their big bourbon is that they have. Campfire bourbon. Wow, my nipples are hard. Woo. Let's talk about bringing the fire on. Proust, Robert. Slanite. Cheers, Joe. Good to see you all. Thanks for tuning in all week long. I appreciate all the tuning in. Lacham, Lachem. Jody 5, gotcha, brother. Woo! Me high, baby. Right on. Winky Face is saying that. Cheers, Alex. BA was getting buck wild there for a minute. Your wife's boyfriend, he's at home right now. He's making bank all day long today. He's taking all the good trades. He's been talking about BA since open. You don't have to, but can you stand back there? And then you have a list I can just read. I'd appreciate it. Thank you, love. All right, got to go through a quick shout out here. So let me see if I get this right here. I don't mess this up. Now, this is only up to date to, I think it's since January 10th. So thank you, Francis B. Thank you, John M. Thank you, Ben G. Thank you, John S. Simonis Z. Matthew E. Terry St. Denis. Thank you, Jason H. Faraz Y. Danielle. Frederick L. Stephen H. Brad A. Ben G. William H. Andrew N. Misco M. Richard J. Quinn P. Chris W. Mateus P. Stephen J. Chris C. Raul B. Jason F. Deborah B. Jheth H. Samuel N. Steve G. Thomas P. Grant K. Robert L. John L. Kyle B. Ritesh, Mary M. Benjamin or Ben G. Tor Helg Harid, Christopher H., Jeremy H., John M. Oh, and I want to break in here for a minute. Someone left me a tip yesterday of 69.69. Whoever you are, thank you very much. Ryan W., Robert L., Joshua E., James D., Cody M., Luke B., James B., Zachary B., Patrick L., Konstantinos P., Riker P., Eric G., Alex T., Jill N., Brad A., Ben V., Jared M., Gabriel A., Robert L., Marco G., and Brad K. again. I think that's everybody. I think I got all of you now at this point. I got all you out there. I know who y'all. All you guys are regular names too. There's like a regular crew of people in there. So I just want to say thank you to all of you for supporting. Yeah, somebody tipped like $69.69 yesterday. I don't know if it was $6.96 or if it was $69.96. But whoever it was, I'll find out the name on that person. Whoever it was. Oh, Gabriel A. is Stepping Stone. Love that guy. Love it. We've been friends since we got on Twitter together. So Cody's saying it's time to take a long on SPY here. John S., thank you very much, my brother. Still seeing a lot of airline calls. Like DAL has lots of call flow right now. To February 2nd, 43C. Still more BA calls. United Airlines calls. Check out Hawaiian Airlines too. Now they've been kind of under the covers, right? No one's talking about Hawaiian Airlines. Check out some of the smaller carriers. I like that Hawaiian Air has been trading up since December 1st. It's right on support. Now I get the hiccups. You know that ticker that Russia ticker from this morning, UCO, it wound up ripping all day long today. UCO, the one that I was like, fuck that, I ain't trading Russian stocks. It's been printing all morning. And PDD, the other one that we were like, nope, we're not trading China. It's been trading down all day long. So I guess a mixed bag on that stuff. And we talked about XRT taking the puts on XRT this morning, and it's been trading down all day long. So that's a print on XRT. Kroger has not yet given up, though it is starting to, look like it might. It looks like it might rip a little bit. The other short, the first short was XRT, and it looks primed to drop. Kroger has not quite dropped yet, but there is a large hedge on Kroger. I'm going to look real quick at Airbnb into the close here. Yeah, Delta Airlines, DAL, February 4th, 43C. High algo score. Loads of DAL calls coming in right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. So look up DISCA, DISCA. Lots of calls coming in. April 14th, 37.5 and 42.5. Big money's on 37.5 for DISCA. BA still has calls coming in. You could trade Jets too. Let's take a look at Jets real quick. And I guess a couple questions, right? We got Markets and Mayhem is here. Invesqua is here. Let's ask those guys. Are you guys short over the weekend, flat over the weekend, or long over the weekend? And if you're short, long, or flat, if you're short or long, are you taking some kind of a spread, or are you taking naked options? Also, more T calls coming in right now. January 14th, 26.5. So we're seeing follow through on T calls. And hey, Markets and Mayhem, one other thing for you. I think I can put you on live right now I think I can get you live on audio today. I don't know, maybe. You guys want to get Invesqua and Markets and Mayhem on here on a channel? I can probably do that. Yesterday I couldn't, but I think I can today. I like having those guys live. I don't know if I can, but I can try. Desktop audio. Let me see what this does. All right. Give me a second here. What I'll do is, let me see. So what I'm gonna do? Oh yeah, look at Jets bouncing off VWAP real nice. I'm going to do markets. So I'm going to get on to Discord. And I'm going to send you an invite to my Discord that's not open yet. Does that work? And then I'll do a voice channel? Or do you want to do a voice channel on your Discord? You want to get Invesqua in that thing too? Maybe put Invesqua and you in the Discord? Same over here, Markets. Do you want me to come into your channel and we'll do it in your channel? Or do you want to do it on a voice channel on my Discord? Does it matter? All right, I'll come into yours if you want. Let me turn on Discord on my end. Let me see here. Let me see. Nope. I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to try, though. It might kill the feed on Bookmap. Too much running. We'll try. Hold on here. The live stream is still good. I just have to get this. Just need a minute here. I want to make sure that my credentials don't show up publicly. Just give me a second here. Put the display capture back up here. Give me just a second. Because I am a member over on... Sitting Gwen his forum real quick. I thought I was in his forum. Here I am. I am in his forum now. Let me look at his voice channels. Announcements, financials, Jabberzone, music, podcasts, news feeds. What am I looking for? Oh, here we go. I see his stage. Can I get in there? Got it? All right. Let me see if I'm in here. I don't know if I can't hear him yet.
Way down.
Put some headphones on here. Hang tight. I'll be right back. Okay, I don't have permission to speak here. Let me get some headphones on too. I don't know if I can turn up my volume here. Nope. Let's go to volume here.
Still working on getting this going, but getting close.
So I'm in right now.
Okay, let me sort out.
Voice connected.
Let me
deafen,
suppressed. I've never done a Discord stage, guys, so I appreciate the listening.
Can you guys, I want to ask you guys a question out there. Can you hear Markets and Mayhem talking right now? So this is Captain Jim James. Can you hear Markets and Mayhem talking? So you guys can hear them on your end. I can't hear them on mine. I've got a... All right, cool. And I'm not speaking right now on... I don't know why. Become a speaker. I become a speaker?
Yes, you are now a speaker. I figured it out.
Some headphones on from my end so I can listen in.
Sure. I
will be right back.
So I will try to keep you all entertained in Jim's brief absence here.
All right, so I think Markets and Mayhem can hear me, but I can't hear Markets and Mayhem.
Oh no, it's not good.
Let me get some headphones for. I need a sound monitor. Hang tight.
Okay. One second. So seeing if I can get Invesqua in. Have. And
Any way to listen to this?
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You guys out there in YouTube land, can you hear me okay? Does my mic sound all right? Okay. I definitely didn't say anything about anyone's weight. Y'all are funny though. Okay, great. Thank you. So we are waiting for Jim to get on. I'm going to try to just start talking a little bit about what I'm seeing on my screen. It's kind of like a recap of what's going on. So I hope it helps y'all.
I might have to.
Index today, I kind of feel like it can break above 15,560, can confirm an intraday bull flag and break higher. But if it can't, we could still get faded down and retest some of these levels we've been grinding. Kind of seems like it's starting to happen a little bit here. I apologize for my voice. I swallowed something and it went down the wrong pipe yesterday, so I'm still a little iffy sometimes. In terms of sectors, this is a day where there's not much green participation, right? You've got oil, gas, semiconductors, tech, and regional banking got a bid, and then that's really it. In terms of factors, value, small cap value is down the least, mid cap growth is down the most. So there's a little bit of risk off, but it's not strong because you still have, high beta is still outperforming low volatility large cap. And what that means is there's, high beta large caps are down less than low volatility large caps, which just shows there's a risk appetite. People aren't rushing into defense. Still a bid in financials and energy, and you still see a little bit of a bid in some of the other areas of the market. It's not just a complete sell-off. And the growth proxies. RKK down pretty hard, down just about 2%. Mid cap growth ETF down 1.6%. So that kind of mirrors what we just talked about. Mid cap getting hit the hardest. Down the least is the QQQ Nasdaq 100 market cap weighted ETF, and then HYG. So you do see that there is still an appetite for some of this stuff, but the more higher end of the risk curve is getting faded down. So that's worth noting inside the Nasdaq heavyweights. And again, I'm looking at this because it's the
Can you hear Mark? Can you hear at Markets and Mayhem again? See if you can hear him again now. Testing. Can you? No, but I know there's a delay. Yeah, there's a delay. Can you hear me, Markets?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Oh, you know what the problem is that from logging in on another computer kicked me off here. Hang. I'm gonna kick you back on over here. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see if Markets of Mayhem is back on again on this channel. It's kind of wonky. I was trying to. Sorry, Markets. Go ahead.
Testing, testing. Can y'all hear me now? Testing, testing. I can hear myself, so it sounds like I'm through. All right, I am back. And you can hear me okay? Jim, can you hear me okay? Yeah. I don't I'm just wanting to make sure Jim can hear can hear me okay. I'll kind of start going through my market recap again a little bit. So breadth is not amazing, as you can imagine.
So I'm not muted right now, but I don't have a. Sorry to interrupt. I don't know where you guys are talking. I don't have a monitor set up to listen into Markets and Mayhem. It's wonky right now how it's set up. It's not quite ready for me to have a speaker in this setup right here, but I will have that this week, very soon. So just let
Jim,
Markets and Mayhem speak. If I'm interrupting, I apologize. When Markets and Mayhem is done, if somebody could just text inside the chat box.
All right, so I'll pick it up from here. So and we'll sort that out. We'll get that going. So breadth is kind of halitosis like. The New York Stock Exchange has 9 advancers, 24 decliners. So pretty nasty there. Up volume just shy of $1 billion, down volume just shy of $2 billion. So that's 2-to-1 down on volume 2. That's pretty widespread selling on the New York Stock Exchange. Nasdaq's a little better, but it's still pretty terrible. 15 advancers to 33 decliners. Up volume 1.3 billion, down volume 1.7 billion. So pretty nasty internals across the board. But we are, if you think those are bad, you should see where we were at the lows of the day. It was quite a bit worse. I don't know where I cut off in particular on my sector stuff, but I think you guys probably heard that oil and gas, semis, tech, regional banking has a bid. So those are where we're seeing money coming in on the S&P 500 level. Basically, small caps a little bit more of a mixed bag. You do still see demand for high grade debt and junk debt, and a lot of people are saying, and I'm just going to put this out there as a thought. It's not a call on the market. It's more just an observation. But we got a really strong bid that continues in some of these cycles, right? And a lot of this stuff is high beta, like these energies, financials, industrials, materials. That's been the theme of late 2021 and early 2022, and it doesn't show any really signs of letting up in a meaningful way. You see, crude oil is making new highs for the year, and looks like it's going to retest last year's highs in October, November. So you do have a lot of different kind of confluence is happening. They're saying, no, it's not that this is the end of the bull market. At least that's what I'm seeing. It's saying more that we're going late cycle, that later cycle plays are more in favor. And I think that's important to consider because, you do have some bid in the defensives, but the bid that you have in utilities today is actually, they're getting sold down. Well, you actually have a 1.73% gain in oil and gas. So that's not telling us that market participants, the institutions are saying, oh God, we're going to a new bear market, Fed's going to overshoot, economy's going to tank. What they're saying is, the Fed's policy is pulling that late cycle, kind of like cyclical part of the economic cycle forward further. That it's solidifying that, yes, indeed, real rates are probably going to go positive, that the yield curve is probably going to steepen, even if it does so in a bearish way like it has recently. And you're going to see funding costs increase, but they're doing that because ostensibly interest rates going higher is supposed to be a vote on a stronger economy, right? We did get some interesting data that kind of contradicts that view, though, today, didn't we? We got that horrible retail sales. We got nasty consumer sentiment. We got a lot of kind of indicators showing that the consumer, which is 2/3 of the economy, really isn't participating. And if you follow me on Twitter, one of my themes for late 2021 was that the consumer had kind of peaked in terms of their economic participation, at least for this cycle. And unless something meaningfully changes with the Fed and consumer savings rates and the amount of debt that the bottom 60% are taking on and sort of the cost of things that they're buying, probably not going to be so great. And if you look at that retail sales number, you factor for inflation, real retail sales were down a lot more. So I just want to put that out there too. Will oil correct? It could. If we do see a meaningful slowdown in the economy, then yeah, absolutely, you could see oil correct. One of the things that's helping oil run is the lack of elasticity in supply, but you are seeing more supply coming on at these levels. So, one thing in the commodity complex that a lot of traders like to say is the cure for high prices is high prices. Because once prices go high enough, you have more elasticity in supply, you've got more exploration, you've got more resources being tapped, you've got more rigs being deployed. And so that tends to increase the amount of supply that's out there. So I think that, that's kind of what you're seeing at this point. Above 80s, there's going to be a lot more activity in the oil patch, and that should add to supply. Now, my thesis, and of course, I can be horribly wrong about anything I say, but my thesis for 2022 is one of slowing economy, tightening liquidity, and a slowing velocity of inflation. I do not mean that prices are going down on consumer goods. I mean the rate at which they are going up will slow. And that's an important distinction because these things are not the same, right? The Fed said transitory. What they really meant is that the rate at which prices are going up won't always be going up that fast. That's really what they meant. I know it's not clear and it's pretty bizarre Fed speak, but definitely keep that in mind, guys. So in terms of where do we go from here, we got some pretty soft macro. Not just this, but some of the manufacturing data was pretty soft. We see the Atlanta Fed downwardly revising GDP. So we do see some indicators that 2022's economic trajectory is not very strong. And you already see China rolling over and their central bank becoming more accommodative. And they were some of the first. China got the COVID sickness not only in their population but in their markets and their economy first. So their central bank was the first to ease. They were also the first to tighten. Now they're going back to easing. And they weren't tight for that long, maybe less than a year. I don't know that the other central banks are even going to have that long play around with the idea of tightening. They kind of lost some of their window of opportunity. So I'm going to break it down in this way. And I'm not saying it's going to happen this way. I'm just saying these are the risks that the Fed is running. The Fed does not have any levers it can pull to slow inflation other than reducing demand. They can slow down the economy's growth by raising the cost of capital. They can slow down the economy's growth by reducing the price of assets. It slows down business activity. It reduces economic activity as a result. There's a buffer impact, so these policy changes take 6 to 18 months to take effect, right? So the problem is that even though the Fed probably doesn't want to mangle the market or the economy, they are politically being pressured by both the Republicans and the Democrats to do just that, because the legislation and the president apparently think that the Fed is solely responsible for inflation. Now, that's complete nonsense. Do they play a role? Absolutely. I mean, look at the price of housing and the Fed's buying mortgage-backed securities and artificially dropping those rates and causing a lot of people to buy too much house and ostensibly, at too cheap of a price for the risk they present. So that's an issue. But is that the whole inflation issue? No. I mean, there's definitely more demand coming online from fiscal policy. These sort of helicopter drops of money we had during COVID, combined with a lot of just different supply chain congestion, right? And so when you factor that, and the Fed, some of the Fed speakers, including Powell, have actually been honest about this. Like they said, the Fed can't fight supply chain inflation, that there's very little they can do, that they have some tools, but those tools aren't really meant for that. So you've got to kind of take that into context. And then the other side of it, you have a debt supercycle that's over 40 years old, is increasingly leveraged and fragile. There's over $150 trillion of global debt that keys off the 10-year note. You've got $30 trillion of U.S. government debt. If you price it at a 2-year tenure, the U.S. government with $30 trillion of debt is paying $600 billion a year in interest. That's not even the principal on that debt. The DoD budget being $740 billion in 2021. If you go to 3% on a normalized rate for U.S. debt, that's $900 billion a year. That's forced austerity territory. So how far can the Fed really normalize is really the question, because everything is much more leveraged. Debtors are reliant ever more on increasingly accommodative policy because they can't tolerate higher interest rates. With the amount of debt that keys off the 10-year, you start going up, 10, 20 bips on the 10-year, it actually caused billions of dollars of losses. And that gets magnified as those rates get higher. Higher rates means lower prices on all these tools that are bound to the movement of that 10-year. So that's a big deal. So the Fed's caught between a rock and a hard place because they can't over tighten, and even if they do, it's not going to have the kind of impact that they're being pressured to create. And on the other hand, they have to be cognizant of that debt supercycle, because if a deflationary credit collapse happens and they can't get ahead of it, it's kind of game over. I mean, that's going to be a very long, brutal recession, and it's going to be very difficult for central banks to rebuild the sentiment game. I mean, half of it is the narrative and rebuilding sentiment, and the other half is the delayed impact of policy kicking in. So just want to kind of help you guys have a heads up, because this is a very interesting juncture. There's never been a time in human history like this. And in terms of, do they need to normalize, though? Yeah, I mean, they need to give the appearance of normalizing. Look at the trajectory of Fed funds rate over the last 40 years. Like basically it's lower highs and lower lows, right? Look at the trajectory of the 10-year, 20-year, 30-year yield over the last 40 years. It's basically lower highs and lower lows. So you have this 40-year cycle of ever decreasing costs of funding. You can't just reverse that all of a sudden. There's gonna, if you do, there's gonna be a very violent awakening in credit markets that kind of usurps the global economy. So I would just say that at this point, the UK House of Lords, they did a study on global central bank policy, and what they found was that in the entirety of QE's known existence, which is really in modern times really a 21st century tool, yes, and that no central bank had ever fully normalized their policy after engaging in QE, not one. And so the Fed is kind of saying, we're going to try this again, but no central bank has ever done this, and we don't really know what we're doing. So you got to look at this in a very nuanced view. There's no guarantees as to what the Fed is going to do. On the one hand, they tend to overshoot. On the other hand, if they do, it's going to have profound consequences. Jim, are you able to hear me now? So that's kind of my shtick. I mean, I think we need to continue to monitor econometric data. We need to see how that might influence Fed policy, and we need to be cognizant that this is a fluid situation, that nothing is set in stone insofar as their rate hike cycle, their balance sheet runoff, and to some degree, how aggressively they taper. Because if the economy does materially weaken, they're going to have to take a U-turn, or all the work they did and all this policy is going to completely unravel. And yes, addiction is hard to break. This is a liquidity bubble. Let's be clear. This is not a natural bull market. This is a liquidity bubble, and it has been since at least the great financial crisis. You had evidence of that going into the dot-com bust as well, that was a liquidity bubble. But this is absolutely profound. I mean, you're talking about tens of trillions of dollars of central bank liquidity flooding the system in early 2020 and April 2020. There's never been anything like that. Every time there's ever been a recession, they come in slowly. A little rate cut here, a little rate cut there. We got to QE and the great financial crisis because of how extreme it was. This time they just unleashed like $12, $14 trillion of global central bank liquidity. And there's really never been anything like that. And so when that velocity of liquidity was like spiking, right, in early 2020 through very early 2021, everything had a bid. It's like if you put a floaty toy in a pool and you start filling that pool with water and the water is that liquidity, that floaty toy is going up, right, because all that liquidity is pushing it up. It's sort of like all these different stocks floating up. Well, when you start to taper, what you're doing is you're cutting off the spigot to the pool. So it's not rising as fast. And the market can tolerate that. There's been plenty of times when you see tapering happen that it doesn't have an extreme negative impact on equities, that they're able to make new all-time highs after some turbulence. But what really scares the market is aggressive rate hikes and balance sheet runoff, because that materially tightens liquidity conditions. So at that point, you're draining the pool. Now the floaty toy is going back down to the bottom. That's sort of a symbol of all these different risk asset prices, right? So that's one of the things that you really got to pay attention to, is the sort of dynamics of this. This was not a bubble. This was not a liquidity driven bull market with like the economy being the primary driver. This is a liquidity driven bull market with liquidity being the primary driver. The economy is so much in the back seat that when you get bad data, it's actually good for the market. How perverse is that? Typically, bad data is good for the market because the market's saying this is going to give the Fed pause on tightening. So we've gotten into the situation where the market's so far detached from economic data that the primary feedback loops that kind of push prices higher are things like the abundance of liquidity, the availability of funding and cheap rates, and then a lot of fixed income and bonds basically being return-free risk. You've got negative free yield, negative real yield, so you're paying to hold debt. So why would you do that? So it pushes risk further up the curve. Well, now you have all that reversing. Now you have the real yield starting to go closer to positive territory, and that's and you have liquidity kind of starting to ebb out of the system, and so it's inverting some of that. So that's what the market's starting to price in. That's why there's some more volatility. And if the Fed does actually do quantitative tightening, that is the end of the bull market. Like if they actually do it and they go all the way through. I don't mean if they pause and reverse. I mean, if they actually really sell down their balance sheet, that will end the bull market. I don't think they're going to do it because I don't think they'll be able to do it, but I could be totally wrong. We'll see what happens. So that's kind of my recap. I want to hand it back to Jim. I didn't mean to hijack his YouTube. Just wanted to try to give you all a sense as to where I think. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, good. Eh, Yeah, I mean, I agree in the sense that, like, when we're analyzing how things are moving, we're seeing a market that's going late cycle. There's still a bid for high beta. There's still a healthy appetite for risk in certain sectors. I believe that one of the scenarios I assign a higher probability to is that the Fed can't do anything close to what they've said, and there's a reason for that too. And one of the things that we've talked about, my friend, and that I talk about on Twitter is that like half the policy objectives that the Federal Reserve has are completed through jawboning. They just talk about it. They float trial balloons through the Wall Street Journal. They get a bunch of speakers out there with various point of views, and then they look at how the market reacts, and they look at how the commentaries about it from different banks, and then they kind of decide how they're going to shape their policy. And it's all this kind of like it's like a process that's very fluid. So when they say with certainty anything's going to happen, you already know they're being insincere. Hey, Jim, I'm hearing from people in the YouTube that they are not able to hear your mic. It does. I wish that they made this stuff easier. It's not like podcasting and collaborative conferencing is like a new thing. We're in 2022. There should just be a button you hit and it's like broadcast to everyone, all the audio on my computer. This should be just simple technology. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Excuse me. What the heck is wrong with the technology that can't do this? Okay. All right. Guys, thank you for your patience. Yeah. Yeah, thanks everyone for your patience. We'll get it sorted. Jim's got this under control. We just, we're giving technology a hard time because technology deserves to have a hard time. But ultimately, this is a market where it is essentially playing chicken with the Fed. They say don't fight the Fed, but then you got to also be able to know, well, is the Fed being honest? Are they telling us what's actually going to happen, or are they just kind of testing the reaction of the market for some of the things that we're talking about, right? And I think that that's one of the things. Yeah, OBS is a good system. That's certainly something that we should look into. That's a good point. Um, and there's other ways that we could probably broadcast this too. So look, ultimately, we got to see what price and time tell us. That's really the abstractor of truth, right? Price and time on charts, technicals, but ultimately how patterns resolve. The market's telling us, with the fractal geometry of price and time, what is right and what is wrong. And that's especially true on a really big index like the S&P. Like in individual stocks, you can have enough noise that it distorts a chart and you might not be able to get the same kind of signals. But when you start talking about an index as deep and as liquid as the S&P, that could be a completely, that's going to be a completely valid signal most of the time. So, you can look at it a variety of ways. You can look at moving averages. You can look at momentum oscillators. You can look at things like Ichimoku cloud. That's what I like to use, along with full stochastics and volume shelves. But ultimately, right now, the S&P is still in an uptrend. It's not as healthy as it was. The NASDAQ is threatening its uptrend. And of course, as you can guess, the Russell 2000's just been kind of garbage for quite a long time. Everyone's almost forgotten about that dumpster fire. It's probably the short leg of most people's trades. At some point, it's probably going to rip up 6% in a day and smash a lot of those people, but who knows when that is, right? Kind of got a preview of that Jackson Hole when everyone was short the Russell. The ETF was out of shares, then it ripped up 3% higher when Powell came out wearing his Dove suit. So, can you guys hear Jim now? Can you hear Jim? Let us know in the chat. Yeah. They said no. They're saying no, 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 nope, no, no. Lots of no's coming in. Do you want to go back to the way we did it on Signal last time? Yeah, we should catch up this weekend. Right. 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 Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think that, and what Jim's saying is essentially that the reaction in the market is not what people would expect if indeed the Fed was going to engage in this aggressive tightening regime of accelerated taper, 3 to 4 rate hikes, and running off the balance sheet faster than they did 2017 to 2019. Like that's apocalypse for risk assets. So, that's what Jim's saying, that the market's not pricing that in. And I agree 100%. Like if you look at the terminal rate for Fed right now, the terminal Fed funds rate that's being priced in by Fed funds futures is like 1.75%, or just under 2% last time I checked it. So that's discounting the Fed's resolve. If you look at what's happening in the Treasury markets of the twos and fives, they're not selling down as hard as you would expect. The Fed's really saying they're going to do 3 to 4 rate hikes, and you just don't see the kind of blowout. Like high yield spreads are tight; they're really tight, and that's not what you would see if liquidity conditions were expected to materially become constrained, right? So you just see a lot of different things. Like another thing I see, and this speaks to exactly what Jim was saying, you skew, put skew. Where is it? Where's the hedging? There is none. And that's really weird. Like you go, yeah, you go and you look at the put skew, and you just like no put skew. It's at levels that's like very complacent, but also just like a fearless market. You look at vol. Vol's cheap. I mean, yeah, the VIX is above 20, but it's 20.29, and it's down on the day. Think about that. There's no fear in this market. No one cares. People are not buying bonds either. Where's the fear in bonds? No one's buying any, but people are selling their 30s and their 10s and their 5s today. Not like aggressively, but they're fading them. There's no fear there. There's a tepid bid in the dollar. It's nothing incredible. And then gold and silver are getting thrown out too. You got a little bit of a bid in crypto, nothing to write home about. So this whole idea, like, oh God, we're all going to die, sell all your stocks. It's nonsense. If that was true, then you would see a bid in defensives like utilities. You see a bid in bonds. You'd see low beta, low volatility, large caps being kind of the leader on the way down, meaning like they're losing the least or maybe even have a bid. And, you'd see a completely different market dynamic in put skew and volatility. So sentiment is not trashed. People are not scared and running for their lives. Now, one thing I will mention about that is if they do start buying a lot of hedges, that's going to be very market negative, going to put a lot of pressure on the market if they do actually get scared. So we do need to keep that in mind. But right now, this seems like a market that's trying to grind out a bottom today. If you look at the NASDAQ, it's the strongest and rates are going up. So that relative strength is telling you something there as well. There's demand in Microsoft, Google, Facebook, Taiwan Semi, Intel, Qualcomm, like all this stuff in the NASDAQ. It's either flat or getting bid up if it's a pretty big component. So to me, that's not a vote of we're all about. I mean, and this is right before a 3-day weekend. We're an hour before a 3-day weekend. Monday's closed. If there was this big consternation about risk over this 3-day weekend, what's going to happen? You would see more hedging, more selling. You would see, you saw some pre-market. I think they shook some people out on those bank earnings. But like, this is not a market that's like going off a cliff. This is a market that's kind of trying to figure out if it can start to grind higher, in my opinion. Now, of course, we could come in on Monday and limit down and because something happened over the weekend. There's no way to tell what the future is going to be, but people aren't positioning for doom. Right. Yeah, I agree. I agree. There is. There definitely is. And sometimes it could be the exact opposite of what it appears because we don't get to see all the counterparty positioning and stuff. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to dissect. I look forward to it. My Oh yeah, yeah. There was that. There was the bank earnings, so it's perfect timing for that. Some folks probably knew about those bank earnings too before. It's a good Yeah, I mean that's been the pattern in earnings seasons prior for smaller companies. So we could certainly see that become a pattern for some of these larger ones that are, arguably priced to perfection, like Apple. Yeah, yeah. There's definitely a growing potential for a rug pull, and then for the Fed to make a big U-turn and really just screw both sides. Yeah, and that would be the market. That would be the market, right? Can you guys hear Jim through my setup at all? Like I kind of pipe the speaker through my headphones. Can you hear that at all? Because I tried to make it loud enough that you could hear him. Let me know. Jim, say something too. Well, I could do that if you want. Okay. All right. All right. Cool. We'll cap it here, Cappy. Let's plan to catch up. Maybe after market or this weekend or whatever works best, and we go through all this and then get this going so everyone can enjoy the conference having a panel on. All right, man. You too.
Check 1, 2. You guys hear me now? Yeah, it kind of messes with, hang tight here. Check 1, 2. You guys hear me? Yeah, I'm back, huh? All right, good. I may be canceling Netflix on this news. It was only up $5 when I signed up. Yeah, it's on the back end. I know it seems like from what you see on camera out there that I just plug this stuff into a YouTube channel and broadcast, but there is a whole engineering side in the background of mixing and scenes and sources and audio captures. And then when I went through Markets and Mayhem's Discord, I end up losing all those captures and then have to recapture his stuff on my end. It's complicated. And so I have to host through my Discord is the plan. That is the plan. But my Discord's not open yet. It should be open soon. So it'll be easier to host people. And if any of you out there want to be on the show at some point, we can always have you guys on here. As soon as I get this, when we got 760,000 more than there are currently set to be sold on MOC, it is an imbalance. Paul's done for the day. Have a great afternoon, Paul. Good to see you, brother. There's been some good day trading on ES today and the SPY. Let me look at this real quick. It's really weird. I've got Marvel. Yeah, it's a great community. It'll grow over time. We want to talk to some of you guys out there too. I know, like Paul, I want to have him on the show. I want to have Joe on. I want to have Invesqua on. I want to have a bunch of other people on in this show. Even new traders. If you're a new trader, having you on as well, it always gives insight to other people. We've all been there, right? Everybody's been a new trader at one point, new investor at one point. So we'll have a bunch of different people. Yeah, have a great weekend, Chris. Ooh. All right, Sporky, I'll reach out to you this weekend. I'll have you come through and I'll have you walk through the Discord and tell me what I'm doing wrong and doing right. Because yesterday I was working on Discord and some of what I did was right and some of it was wrong. It was clunky. You know how you have to, like before you release something for public consumption, you want it to not have, I know the public only sees certain parts of what you're doing. They don't see the backside engineering of what it takes to get things out there so that it's smooth enough. Even when things fail on or on this type of equipment, things fail all the time. So you wouldn't believe how hard it was just to get the stream set up to stream with only a short delay, like 30-second delay. It took me like a week to figure out exactly what it took to put out a stream of a 60 frames per second, 1080p, I had to rearrange the GPU in my computers. I've got a bunch of different displays set up. I have to use the specific wiring, right? I have to use USB 3. Yeah, I love Discord. You don't have to have ideas either. You just talk about what you're doing, right? Yeah, Sporky says he put a shout out in DMs, so I will check that. I haven't had a time to check DMs. I've been being pulled specifically with this stuff. I've been consumed by the work that goes into trying to get this up and running. It'll all go away at some point, so I know there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I know that at some point it becomes kind of plug and play, but to get to that plug and play, there's a lot of back end work that needs done. Yeah, mostly due to the Wall Street Bet Mania Discord. Hey, Sporky, I was in the Wall Street Bet Discord prior to when did they shut it down, or did they make it private? You know, if they made it private, I might still be a member of the Discord on another handle that I have. Take it easy, Chris. Yeah, Markets of Mayhem said he'd give me a shout and talk about it. Viacom was ripping there for a minute and then bounced right off 36. People were buying 40Cs on it. I doubt we get up to 40C maybe. Viacom seems like it's trading a lot like Qcom. It is very bullish though in its stance right here. It wouldn't surprise me to see Viacom rip higher. If you look at Viacom, it's in a very bullish stance. 1, 2, 3. We've got like 15 trading days in 3 taps above at Viacom right now. So a lot of traders are buying 40Cs on Viacom. I think they're 36 cents. 40C expiring January 28th on Viacom. They're looking for a squeeze right now into the close. Yeah, I can check to see if L is at resistance. Yeah, Jess, I'll bring up Tesla for you as well. And I'll check Netflix too. VIX is at the low of the day. You're welcome, John S. Yeah, this week's been very good overall. It's kind of a dud for me this morning, but I have had a wonderful week. I can't complain about this week. Now, I've bought in and out of Viacom over the past month or so, 2 months. Where do I put stops when opening a position? It depends. I have to do some videos for you guys on stops, when to hold, when to fold, when it doesn't matter anymore. Johnny 5 saying a big TLT call block just came in, 99.15 million. That is not good for tech. Yeah, so Viacom's looking for a push into the close. KR is starting to fail. VIX is kind of doing its thing, right? Some sideways stuff here. VIX looks like it's, I guess you could say that VIX is bouncing around in here, right? Consolidating, but it's looking pretty weak right now. And that's my expectation. My expectation is that VIX slides down, swoops down, sells off into the close. And Markets of Mayhem was talking about, what the plan is for next week. Can you be short? Can you be long into Tuesday? And you really are looking for, in all honesty, for today, you're looking for what happens. You need to see hedging come into the market today. It is critical. You're either going to see weakness into next week or you're going to see sell the market. I'm going to repeat this to you, okay? I want you guys to understand this out there. There's more buyers than sellers on lows. It's a boomer stock. You have resistance above at $62. No one's really trading it right now. Buy the dip is 58. You're kind of diddling in the middle. Your next resistance above is $64. You got a little light resistance above at $61.93. So I do want you guys to understand that I need to let you guys got to hear this again. As we move it, so it's 317, okay? You guys got to fully understand. You've got earnings season. Perfect time for an excuse to sell even great ERs. You saw it yesterday with Citigroup, right? We talked specifically about Citigroup, how it would trade, and it did it to the T. It traded exactly how we anticipated it trading into today. To the T. So if you look at the ER calendar, you look at when the big tech names, the names that have been run up, when they report, are they going to sell off? Unless they have some news we don't know about, right? Like Company X, an Apple car, something like that. You're probably going to break above here on Netflix. Big rip on Netflix right now. Crashing through some resistance at 535.31. You might be asking what is above here. If Netflix can make this run, there's no stopping above, just so you know. You got clear skies above. Little bit of ice around 539.86. Take a little bit closer look. You have a little bit of ice above here, right here. $539.84. But I want you guys to put the piece of paper. If you got a piece of paper and a pencil at home, or a pen, get a piece of paper and a pen, and just write this stuff down. Okay? So this morning we're looking at Apple. And I'm talking to you about Apple. I said this is the perfect setup for a bear. It's not the setup for a bull. At the same time, it being a perfect setup for a bear, it's also a perfect setup for a squeeze. So what happens if Apple squeezes? Bears have a bad positioning. That would mean that if you're a bear, you want to be waiting for any stock to squeeze to sell the rip. It also sets up for, let's say there's a great ER on Apple and it squeezes to 190 or 200 in the after hours and you're stuck in calls. What if they squeeze up Apple to 190 just before earnings and you can't get out of your calls and they sell it down the day before? So there's like a lot of weirdness in where we are in these stocks. ER is a perfect time of the year, especially this year. I know it's like this time is different, but it is the perfect time this year to set up sell-offs on stocks that have run up very high, where their guidance for their future earnings might not be as great. The next thing you have to think about, write this next point down, and that is that we have $125 billion in call delta rolling off on the 21st. Next thing you write down is that we've got OPEX, 21st. Next thing that you write down is that we have an FOMC meeting coming up. The next thing that you write down is that you've got tapering, right? Aggressive tapering. You've got rates. The next thing that you have to write down is that you're starting to see hedging in places that you shouldn't be seeing it. You're expecting to see it in the SPY and in the Qs, right? Big tech. You're not really seeing it right now at this moment. There was hedging taken out the last couple moves down we've had, and those are still out and about and open. But if they start hedging in places you're not looking for it, and you have all that call delta rolling off, you have some events coming up, and you have the Fed talking about doing this stuff. Is it a setup for higher prices that we don't see coming? Or is it a setup where you're not seeing the fear in the market like you should? And it'll just be an excuse to sell the market, kind of leaving everybody bag holding. You know, the hedging on Kroger today gives a date of February the 18th. That whiskey is strong. Looks like somebody's locked into calls. Looks like Joe Harper's locked in calls. Yeah, volatility crush. I posted a chart of the VIX, right? Going down. Did I post that on Twitter? Let me look at my Twitter VIX post. See if that's what's happening right now in the VIX. Does this look right? I still haven't heard Mr. Yen's rant yet. I'm gonna listen to it today. I had it queued up yesterday and I did not get on it. I haven't been watching him because I don't want him to. I used to listen to I used to watch Mr. Yen, but I'm afraid that he's going to influence me, and I don't want to be influenced by anybody right now. Yeah, so I posted on Twitter that VIX should fall off today, or into Monday, and then we should have a nice fat rip into VIX next week. Matter of fact, even the yellow arrow that I have is exactly on the 21st. It's scaled. My yellow swooping Twitter post is actually to scale. Cap, please pump forward over 25.19. Let me see if I can report this guy. Have I ever talked to Mr. Yen? Briefly, once I did. I've spoken to him briefly once. I try to leave him alone. I try to leave Mr. Yen alone because I know he's sick. And, he's the greatest of all time. I've asked him for some help in the past, and he's helped me out in the past as well. I like him a lot. I trade a lot like him. My trading often mirrors a lot of what he does. I'm not exact, We disagree sometimes, but my trading is similar to his style. Yeah, you should get a rip into close. There's no reason why it shouldn't rip into close. Don't want to poke the bear. Yeah, I like Mr. Yen a lot. I like his trading style. I like the simplicity in how he trades. I like that he keeps it simple. Well, he's like me. Publicly, everything looks simple, and then in the background, it's not near simple. Because once you know Captain or Mr. Yen enough, you know that he puts a lot of work into where he thinks we are in the market. There are simple indicators that I use often, but there's tons of work in the background that you're doing to get where you are in your market stance. So same thing on the SPY today. We're just trading sideways, another sideways day, another consolidation day. I guess your question into the close here is, what is the market thinking heading into the close? Watching huge Uber calls at this point. We've been talking about Uber since the beginning this morning. And Uber is just Uber ready. 520, 45C, $400,000. Uber 520, 45C, $500,000. Uber $727,000, 45C, 520. So the Uber calls, if there were calls, and we got TQQ calls coming in, $200,000, 9.2 million on 318 TLT 143. That is not a good sign. Uber, another set of calls came in. May 20th, 45C. We've been talking about Uber since when? 9 a.m., 9:30? Haven't stopped talking about Uber all day long. Someone asked earlier for a SPY trade, and I told them the Uber trade. So why do we got this big Uber trade? I don't know why. We just bounced below here at $40. So now they think we're going higher. So I don't know if this is the catalyst to send Uber higher at this point or not. I'm interested in this trade. Is this a real bounce on Uber into the close, or we're just not paying attention? I'm going to show you the Tesla trade right here. Tesla's crashing off 1050. Just crash and smash. Take profit. More buyers than sellers. Positive hero indicator. Does it blast off on a Monday or Tuesday and sell off? I don't know. Lots of sideways movement on Tesla, right? Lots of day trade in Tesla. Tesla. Is the trade an Uber? I think the trade is an Uber. I think I'm going to take a trade in Uber into this close. I like the Uber trade. Uber bounced right off of support too. So I think I'm going to take this Uber trade. Uber 520 golden ticket, $1.2 million expiring 520. Golden ticket. 45C, May 20th. I'm going to take that trade. I'm taking the 520.45C on Uber. I like that trade. Nope, no, that's not the trade that I want. That's not the trade that I want. Nope, nope, nope. Call. I want to call. May 20th. What's going on with this? It's not a cheap call. Maybe. Viacom's about to rip into the close. Where is Uber? Why is it not showing up? 45C. When is there... That's why they're taking May. They don't want to fuck around with any of the market fuckery. Everybody's loaded to the tits on 45C. May 20th. Yeah, May 20th, 45C is 355 a call. And then you don't have to deal with any of the interest. Yeah, BA is printing nicely, isn't it? Yes, we're looking at Tesla right here. Your next lineup of sellers on Tesla is at 1070. See the sellers creeping in right now. And Uber's moving up. Viacom's about to explode. SPY touched 459.90 and then drove all the way up to 464.16. $40 handles down. Well, $40 handles up, $40 handles down, $40 handles up today. Tesla went 50 straight points straight up from the bell. Came back down, touched 1021, went back up to 1051. Shopify went from 1,000 to 1111, just cranked. SC caught a bounce. Snap caught a bounce. Now caught a bounce. Net caught a nice bounce today. XBI is off the chain today. Qualcomm hit 190 off the bell this morning, but they're loaded up on puts here. So I'd be wary of Qualcomm on the open on Tuesday. Hood ricocheted off 1473. We were talking about it down there at 1473 this afternoon, right? It bounced right off 1473. IWM's blasting into the close as well. Ford got to 25.28. Someone wants it higher in the chat. MU cranked out today. Qs are putting in overtime into the close as well. And Apple's recovered slightly, but there's a wall of sellers above at 173. Yeah, BA is cranking. The Jets ETF is, let me check the Jets ETF too. That's a big holder in Jets. Jets isn't showing it as much. Seemed like BA was doing well today, and all the underlying airlines didn't play along with BA today. BA just cranked all day long today. Broke out of a bullish wedge. Blasting higher. We'll look at BA again for you, your wife's boyfriend. I know you're interested. Look at Tesla. Gorgeous moving. Tesla's just burning through shorts. Short covering bonanza into close right now. Looks like the sellers are moving up on Tesla to 1085 from 1070. Or they came down. The 1070s came down to 1050, trying to do a huge rejection here into the bell. Still have 20 minutes left. We'll bring up BA next. I know your wife's boyfriend is on that one. He's been tagging BA all day long while he's drinking JMO and ginger. Look at the BA chart. This looks like a drunk college kid's in here just wrecking shit. Drunk college kid just destroying like a bull in a china closet. Just look at that chart. Look at this. Just disgusting. Wham, wham, wham. See ya. Just smashing through resistance. BA is looking for 226 before close. Before the bell is over, it wants another point. It's breaking through right now, too. Way more buyers than sellers on BA. They're about to smash through right now. Here we go. Here goes BA about to break through and start ripping higher. BA wants that money into the bell. BA wants 226. BA's like, give it to me. I bet right now your wife's boyfriend's at home in his living room screaming at the screen right now, at the screener. Show me the money. Your wife's boyfriend is your what? Hey, if you keep fucking up my chat with all those shitty emojis, I'm gonna insta ban your ass. Your wife's boyfriend. Joe Harper is just trying to save the day and spy over here, just begging to save the day. Yeah, the calls on Viacom were 40C. Just as a heads up, the calls on Viacom were 40C. I don't know if they're using it to cash out stock in after hours. The safe bet is always to cash out before the bell itself on Viacom, but it does look like they're trying to push it up. There is a lot of momentum on Viacom right now to print. So if Viacom fails here, I don't know what to say to you. I'm hoping to see Viacom. If you look at the full chart on Viacom, it's been a long road getting to right where we are right now in Viacom. A long road to fail the last 20 minutes. And look at BA. BA is just like, get bent. We're going north. I mean, look at BA. BA is all by itself, just blasting through resistance. Viacom, man. Viacom just needs one more push into the bell. Seeing lots of calls coming in still. So you know about the Uber golden ticket? That's May 20th. Probably to deal with any market pressure. Probably to deal with the run up to earnings. Maybe they print a great earnings and then they can stay in if Uber sells off. But we are seeing some calls coming in, major calls coming in right now. SLB, June 17th, 40C. SLB, $200,000 or $296,000. UPS, January 20th, 240C. $443,000. Woof. UPS, January 20th, 240C. FTCH, March 18th, 30C, right? $800,000. FTCH. ATT, February 18th, 28C. Another $150,000 on ATT. Again, we keep seeing those calls. MQ, $175,000. February 18th, 15C. That's a lot of money for a small ticker. Couple $100,000 on a $15 ticker. MQ, Mike Kubert. MQ. Snap puts coming into play. $900,000 on June 17th, 40p on Snap. Not nice. That's not a nice hedge to see on Snap. Yeah, BA is just look at BA right now. BA is like, get the F out of my way. Look at these big green balls on BA right here. BA just don't give a shit. Best trade today, your wife's boyfriend. Been talking about it and screaming about it since this morning at 9:30. Screaming about it since the start this morning. Chase won yesterday. Your wife's boyfriend won today. Wife's boyfriend's been killing it in the market recently too. Killing it. Follow your wife's boyfriend for trades. I love that. Follow your wife's boyfriend for trades. You're bashing above up here in Tesla, trying to get past 1050. I don't know if we do it. We might not. It is Tesla gang. I can't discount Tesla gang ever. People buying SPY calls right now. January 18th. Balls of steel. Someone bought January 18th 467C for $60,000. That's a manly man or a womanly woman right there. That's someone with boobs or balls of steel. Vasquez saying that Snap is revisiting lows in the 20s. Slonex saying, get your puts on now while we're up. Talking Monkey is saying V-shaped recovery. Yeah, I want to see Viacom push it out even if it's just the last 5 minutes. There goes Viacom starting to peek through. Let's look at Viacom real quick. It's pulling a BA right now. We're going to see if Viacom can squeak it out into the close here. Viacom has the call structure to push into the close. I've been seeing calls on Viacom all day long. I want to see that rip into $40 like the last 5 minutes. I want to see if Viacom... My fear on Viacom is that someone's buying the calls to push it up into the bell, and then they're going to take their equity out of Viacom. Come on now. Give me the Viacom ticker. Let's see Viacom. Let's see if Viacom can do it in the last few minutes. They're trying to grind through this little last bit right here. You got 37. Looks like the sellers are coming down from above on Viacom, so they might not get quite to $40. You might want to pull the plug here at some point. Looks like the sellers are coming down to meet the price target up here. The price target was, it's $40. That's the price target on Viacom. Looks like some sellers are moving on down over here. They don't like this. They're stinky Pete's right now. They're trying to do a rejection. It would be neat, too, to see Viacom gap up on Monday because you would see huge short covering right off the bell. Any plays over the weekend? You guys are sickos. Well, we have what, 10 minutes left. Let me bring up on my end, see what we have for ER reports happening after the bell today and into Tuesday real quick. I want to see what we have in the docket for after the bell. Before the bell. Okay, you ready? So before market open on Monday, we've got GS. We've got Charles Schwab. We have Pets Med, but Pets PETS, but I haven't seen anything on them. We've got JB Hunt on Monday too, or on Tuesday. That's a good one. That's a good one to buy stock in. I haven't checked their chart. We have all kinds of banks on Tuesday. Where's XLF at right now? We got a rack of banks. Uber's just blasting off right now into the bell. Uber's just going to town right now. XLF is catching a bit into the bell. Be conscious of that. So XLF got beaten down, and right now it's catching a bid. This could be right into the bell here. Might be a nice trade for Monday. If you want to long the market into Monday, banks have done very well. I know that we sell off the banks after this last one, but if you wanted to play the contrarian play over the weekend, Let's have a look at XLF and see if anybody's in calls or puts. We got a bunch of puts sitting on XLF for Wednesday. This is a good trade, though. Ready? January 28th, XLF 42C, 18 cents. There's a couple thousand contracts out there. There is a pin on XLF until Monday or Tuesday, but the moment that pin releases, those calls should print. So if you want to trade for Monday or for next week, my trade would be XLF, January 28th, 42C, 18 cents. That's my trade for the close today. Only other thing I'm going to be looking for here today is I'm just going to be watching into the close and see if there's any hedging coming in that we don't see. Anything last minute that we're not made aware of. I don't like that TLT. You know, if you expose yourself to XLF, XLF is ripping into the closing bell as well. What I don't like about TLT is that it could impact parts of the SPY and all of NASDAQ. I'd be playing individual tickers at this point and maybe staying away from the indexes. I'm seeing some Tesla calls into the bell. They're dated just for today. January 14th, 10:35C. They bought those at 3:48 p.m. I keep seeing UAL calls. You know, UAL has not done well. None of the airlines have done well, but the call flow has been huge. The call flow on the airlines have been monster today. Even though BA printed, like the call flow on UAL today was monstrous. So someone knows something that we don't know. I don't know what that is. And it's in a kind of a bullish stance right here. This isn't a bear flag. This is I forget what this is called, but UAL might be a nice trade as well. Someone knows something that we don't know about UAL. Unless it's just, I don't think it's just retail. They're getting January 21st, 48C. MQ, look at MQ right into the close here. MQ, they caught a bid. They slammed off 1293. Someone bought like $1 million in calls on MQ. They got February 18th, 15C. Well, they didn't get $1 million. They spent a couple $100,000. That's still a lot of money for a $15 ticker. They must know something. SPY is now green. At the bell, SPY has turned green for the day. Thank you, Stillinger attendees. Bears are in full rage mode right now. They are just loading up on puts. Here indicators turning negative at this moment. I don't think that implies what the move is on Tuesday or Wednesday. I think puts can get kind of screwed on Tuesday as well, just from the theta burn. But I do want you to be aware that there is heavy put buying into the bell right now on the SPY. Bears are raging pissed off. Bears don't want to see us move up 50 points on ES or on SPY on this Friday. This is not part of the bear narrative. And if you look on if you open a chart on a monthly, SPY looks very bullish. Into the close right now, if you're looking at this chart does not look bearish at all. It looks very bullish. We did not sell down today to 45,675, which is what bears would have wanted. We basically hit trend, right? So nothing is saying here that we're uber bearish. This is what we were talking about with Markets of Mayhem this morning. You guys couldn't hear half what I was saying, and I'm telling Markets of Mayhem, I'm like, for all of this action here, you still, on the monthly, have a higher low today. You still have a higher low on the monthly today. No matter how you're looking at it. You have a higher low. I'll look at it on ES and see if I see something different. As far as technical indicators go, we bounced off. I had this dotted white line down here going back to this thing goes back all the way to October 21st. It goes back the entire year. And we tagged an entire year at the bottom of the or back to 2020, back to March 25th. We tagged a major support line today. So the bears want to see us fail here. There's no two ways about it. This is like the last support trend channel line that we're on right here on Friday. This is kind of like that do or die moment in the market. Yeah, the channel that I've got's been running since March of 2020. I can show it to you guys. I'll post it right now. This channel's been running since 2020. I mean, other than the we had that one moment in March where we had it's kind of a messy chart, but it tags up nicely to Other than that one capitulation move back in March 2020, we had that one capitulation move. It tags up beautifully to right where we are today. So again, even if you're bearish, today they said no. We literally took it to the pin. We went slightly below the pin, went down to 46.06. But the pin was basically 46.08. We ricocheted right off it today. And we ricocheted off it on January 14th as well. So we're still, I mean, I want to say this, I don't want to discourage bears, but in the general picture, we have not broken bearish yet. We did not get major hedging today. We got some major hedging in where the scared bulls are hiding. We saw some of that today. But we have not seen the follow through that the bears are looking for. In no way, shape, or form. Piton just got some calls. They got February 18th, 30C, $300,000. Riot got some calls. January 14th, 20C. For 40 grand. American Airlines, January 21st, 61.5C. I got a high algo score trade. ATVI, January 28th, 71C, $33,000. IWM has more calls coming in on it. January 14th, 212C for $500,000. All of this IWM call flow helps right now for the calls that are coming off the market on the 21st. Dude, IWM right now, just heads up on IWM. Got another call. Just came in January 14th, 212C, $1 million call on IWM. This does not fit the narrative of the market crash. It doesn't. You're expecting to see negative hedging today, and instead we're seeing expanded call flow today, especially on IWM. And that could be geared towards earnings, at least to prop up the market during earnings, maybe. But we're not seeing the negative flow that we should be seeing today if you're bearish. Yeah, I like ATVI too. Yeah, I got to listen to what Mr. Yen's saying. I didn't get to see the video. And that's the thing that Markets of Mayhem and I are talking about is I don't, for all the posturing for the markets crashing, I'm not seeing it. Like I'm looking for things to happen and they're not happening. I guess you never see a market crash coming, but boy, they telegraphed that it was coming. They told us it was coming, but we're not seeing the moves that need to happen for the market to actually go down to the levels that they're talking about. This market has not rolled over. Today would have been the day. It was a very critical moment down below here on the SPY. If you look at an ES chart for the year and you snap a line underneath it back to March, today was the day that the bears had the chance to push down below. I guess you can claim that we have a lower high back, or we hit 479.80. Then we kind of rolled over here on the 12th. SPY rolled over, ES rolled over. I guess a bear could say that it'll continue to roll over from here, right? You might hear bears say, "Yeah, we'll go up on Monday, or Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll start selling down into OPEX and that call delta roll off." But there are calls coming into the market right now, which goes against the calls rolling off on the 21st. My assumption is you're going to hear bears say that we're going to roll up and get rejected around 468, and that will be rolling over some. They're not going to give you a date. They're going to tell you it's going to happen next week sometime, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, like the 21st, 24th, 25th. That's what they're going to claim to you. That's what I would claim if I was a bear. But overall, and contextually, nothing here has said or even implies that the market's going down. These all look like normal moves. Everything here looks like normal moves. Had an all-time high back on November 5th. Had an all-time high back on November 22nd. Came back up, made another new all-time high on December 16th. Made another all-time high on December 28th. Made another all-time high back on January 4th. Swooped back down. We've touched now 1, 2, 3. Today is the fourth touch. Down below on a trend line going the entire year. So the prudent thing to do down here is to take a long. In all truthfulness, it is to take a long to 485. That's what this looks like on paper. Looks like you take this up to 485, even if you don't believe it's going there. The chart for 2 years says that you take this to 485. That's what it says. So I'm going to stick around with you until 4:15 just to check and see if there's anything coming in that we don't see. We've got a few more minutes left. I want you guys to all have a wonderful afternoon, a wonderful weekend. Have a drink. Please like and support the channel. If you've made money, if you've found a great community here, please tip so that we can keep supporting this channel. If you are not making any money, kind of a poor new trader, stick around. Just like and subscribe. I'll be catching up with you guys this weekend. We're going to try to get some time together to get with you guys over the weekend if I can. And then I'll see you guys all on Monday, nice and early. We'll be here. I'll be here with you all day long as usual. And I'll stick around here for the next 7 minutes or so. Thanks for showing up today. Yep, all eyes on Russia-Ukraine news. I saw that. QQQQ looks sketchy. I'll tell you what. Thank you, Felgen. If you guys look on a 2-year chart right now, right? Nothing. If you scale out, nothing. Like nothing in an overall picture. I'm not saying this is the time where we don't crash the market, but I'll tell you what. If you bought the dip today, right? It's the same dip that's been bought, basically, since 2 years ago. Yeah, Tuesday. So yeah, let's get together. How about that? We'll definitively get together on Monday. Okay, let's have a meet up on Monday. We'll go through those stocks that we're looking at. We'll look at the whole entire market like I'm talking about right now, the stuff that I'm looking at. Have a great MLK Day. And have a great weekend. We'll try to get together on Monday at some point to prepare for Tuesday. We'll take a look at the entire market. But if you guys are looking at this market, it didn't break through support today. On ES, it didn't. It literally tagged a line that I've had up there for a long period of time. Yeah, you write news on it every day. We'll have to have Chase talk about it because there's a lot going on in the background. Yeah, have a great weekend. Robert, have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe, brothers flying. Yeah, Monday we're having holiday cocktails. Josh says he's bullish on Enron. Enjoy your weekend, everybody. I'm gonna wait this last 5 minutes because this is how it happened yesterday. Last couple minutes of the bell. They snuck some shit in. And they are sneaking in calls on IWM over the weekend, just a heads up on that. Loading the boat on IWM calls into the close. Kazakhstan. Yeah, have a great weekend, Alex. Have a great weekend, Josh. Have a great weekend, Sons. Have a great weekend, GP. If you guys look at the chart, I mean, I'll post these charts for you. Hell yeah, Invesco. Have a wonderful weekend. Andy's saying XLF. What's going on with XLF right now? Did they buy the dip in there at the end of the day? They got a ton of banks reporting. Small banks all around, regional banks around the country. I like that XLF trade. Did they crank up into the bell? They did, didn't they? Dirty dogs. Yeah, if you guys look at, I'll post some of the charts. If you look at the charts, I mean, we bounced today. The Bears wanted to see continuation without a doubt today. It's not a good look when you bounce off the spot where if you could dump it, this would be the place. Mateus, have a great weekend. Stealing your tennies, have a great weekend. Captain Ron, have a great weekend. Andy, have a great weekend. Yeah, be safe, T Crone. Had my glass of whiskey. I'm probably gonna take a nap or something. Yeah, Chase will probably know before anybody if anything happens. It was a crazy day, without a doubt. Yeah, have a wonderful weekend, everybody. Like, subscribe. I'll catch you guys on Monday. I'll post a get-together time on Monday for us to look at all these tickers and charts. With a 3-day weekend, I'll have some time for sure to get all this put together. Yeah, it was looking ugly coming in this morning, without a doubt. All right, you guys have a great weekend. I don't see anything on the charts. I'll stick around for 3 more minutes, see if there's anything coming in that we don't see. Only thing after hours that I'm seeing is that IWM. Long IWM into Tuesday. I'm assuming that has to do with all these small caps that are going to be firing off. You got a bunch of small caps reporting on Monday. You'll have a bunch of retail traders, and you'll have small funds pumping small cap stocks. So the IWM trade looks great into Monday. January 14th, 212C is the trade. Thanks, JP. Yeah, have a great weekend, guys. I need to get some rest so that I can ski tomorrow. I'm going to get all banged up. The IWM trade before the bell, you can place these trades for 2 more minutes. The trade is right now January 14th, 212C. They've spent like $2 million on the trade total, split up between a bunch of different trades. Hell yeah, shredding the gnar. Ah, shit, not 114. Hold on. Sorry, I got this wrong. Where's the IWM trade? Not for today. Hang tight. I'm looking at the wrong trade here. Hold on. Where is the IWM trade? Hold on one second. I'll give you the IWM. Nope. I was wrong. That's all for today. January 14th. Oh, shit. That's today. You guys all have a great weekend. Jessica, have a great weekend. Henry, have a great weekend. Rhea, have a great weekend. GP, have a great weekend. Billy, have a great weekend. Henry, have a great weekend. Mel Yell, have a great weekend. No, negative. That was 114. That was just today. But there was a lot of dark pool today at 245. I don't know what to say to you in IWM then. Let's look at IWM and see what happens. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe we do sell IWM over the weekend. Okay, I'll catch up with you guys on Monday. Look for some posts on Twitter. You guys all take care. I'm hammered. I know I only had half a glass. I literally started like right here, and I'm hammered off that much. I haven't had a drink all week long. I've been trying to stay soberish. Have a great weekend, everybody. Bye, Avery. Bye, Paul. Christopher. Dejan. Azul Blue, take it easy, brother. Joey, take it easy. I have to charge my phone, Joey. I'll give you a shout, brother. Yeah, I want to see what Chase writes. I want to read some of his articles. Yeah, have a great weekend, everybody.